NBC Sports presents the National Championship of American Golf. Conducted by the United States Golf Association. Today, it's final round coverage of the 95th U.S. Open.
Nestled between Peconic Bay and the Atlantic Ocean on the eastern tip of Long Island lies 200-plus acres described by Ben Crenshaw as blessed golf terrain. Founded in 1891, the Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, one of the USGA's 5 charter clubs. It's at this historic par 70 layout that this 95th U.S. Open Championship will be decided today. Precision shot making will be at a premium. The punishing native roughs await the penalty for those who stray. The man who passes this demanding test will earn the title 1995 United States Open champion. The opening round Thursday featured the best round of the championship, authored by Nick Price, the #1 player in the world the past 2 years. Price superb around and on the greens of Shinnecock. This long birdie putt at 17 would give Price a 4 under 66. Good for a 2-shot lead over Greg Norman. And Friday was the White Sharks Day, the par 3 11th, just one of the holes that found Norman's powerful yet precise shot making. Norman concluded his round with a dramatic, bold, bladed wedge for birdie at 18. A 67 for Norman and the lead by 2 shots. Yesterday, the winds were stronger and Shinnecock Hills was ready to offer the absolute high challenge to the world's best players. Nick Price, one of the many punished by Shinnecock's rough. Ben Crenshaw at the 10th punched this shot to the elevated green, only to find the frustration of a Shinnecock rejection. Smile through the pain. Jumbo Ozaki, in second place behind Norman at the day's start, found himself all too frequently trying to rescue from the fescue. From rough to rough led to a score of 80. But a select few played best. The man from Minnesota, Tom Lehman, the day's best round, a 67. First place share with Greg Norman. Bob Tway showcased a big man's delicate touch. Nine years ago, Tway was tied for the lead in the middle of the final round. He's in the hunt again. Tied with Tway behind the leaders, Phil Mickelson, 1 shot back, continues his 25th birthday weekend, still in position to celebrate more. Birdie putts like that, long bomb, have become a Mickelson signature. For Greg Norman, yesterday was a day for battle, scrambling out of difficulty over and over again. It started early, this up and down for a par 3 at the 2nd. The 10th, like Crenshaw before him, Norman found what appeared to be a decent shot, sent right back to the sender by Shinnecock. But despite his inability to hit fairways, Norman was able to dig out of the deepest trouble. His short game erased his problems off the tee. Day of resilience and recovery for Greg Norman to share the lead going into the final round. And we look at the final round leaderboard, 95th U.S. Open. He was a surfer in Australia before golf took his life, and Tom Lehman loved hockey before golf. They share the lead at -1. Bob Thwaite, Phil Mickelson, one shot back. A group at +2, including Woosnam, Paven, Stricker, Verplank, and Nick Price. As you look at the names in contention for this coveted title, U.S. National Champion. Play is underway at Shinnecock, and we welcome you aboard the Kenberg with Johnny Miller, and happy Father's Day to all of you, and to you, Johnny.
You too.
6 and 6, 12 children between us. Someday maybe they'll even forgive us. Let's reflect upon two things. 86 in Shinnecock compared to this year, and yesterday compared to today. Let's start with today.
Well, today, yesterday, of course, we'll talk about a little bit, but yesterday was a tough day. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour out of the southwest. Greg Norman said maybe the hardest round of golf he's ever played. Going back to 86, the first round was similar kind of conditions, but colder weather, but it was out of the east, and so both Opens have had one real tough day. And today, which is, I think, sort of interesting, as the wind is from the same direction, the southwest, but it's warmer, it's balmier, and I think the wind is going to be the kind of wind that guys can score unless it comes up more in the afternoon. And we're seeing that already. We're seeing better scoring today.
In 86, there was one point, midpoint of the final round, where 9 men were tied for the lead, and Ray Floyd was not one of them.
Yeah, it was a tremendous Open. I've never seen an Open so bunched up at the end, and normally the Open will have a tendency to separate players because it's so difficult to play, and only 1 or 2 guys out of a whole field maybe have the right stuff that week. So you can see Raymond Floyd right here, Dick, on the 18th hole.
And he's had a sensational early round, 4 under par, and this chip to shoot 65, which would tie the Shinnecock Hills course record. Well, so much for that.
Well, that's what that primary rough will do. It's about 6 inches of rough. We have a couple different kinds of rough here at Shinnecock Hills. You have the tall fescues, and then that's the primary rough, which you see a lot of, and then you have intermediate, which is near the collar, and it's just over an inch high. Yeah, but don't count this shot out right here. This is where he is the most dangerous on this kind of good lie, and this does not break that much.
This would be for par 4.
And later in the telecast, you might see quite a few balls coming from this area right there. And it looks like it breaks left, but it doesn't really.
So Floyd with a bogey on 18. If he makes that putt, will still finish with a terrific round today, 67. What will it take to win today?
Well, you know, it's hard to know what that wind's going to do, but the Open pressure is absolutely tremendous. You have 2 guys, in case you just tuned in, there are 2 that are 1 under par, overnight leaders, Greg Norman, Tom Lehman. With the heavy pressure that there is to win this championship, if either one of them shoots 70, that's a remarkable score. So, okay, that establishes maybe the leaders, that's what they're going to do. I'm just guessing, of course. But that brings in a whole bunch of players. There's 11 men within 4 shots of the lead. Any one of them can shoot a round like Raymond Floyd did in 86, and he shot 66. So that would put them in a playoff with those 2 leaders if they were to shoot 70. So it's hard to determine. You know, the first 3 rounds are like a whole different tournament. That puts you in position to maybe make a run for the championship. But the final round is a whole new set of nerves. It's like going into another room of nerves. And there's very few players that can handle the 4th round jitters of a U.S. Open.
Well, here's a man who seized his opportunity 9 years ago, Ray Floyd. A 67 for Floyd, man who, with tears in his eyes, accepted the championship trophy at Shinnecock Hills 9 years ago.
And that round right there for Raymond is a real confidence booster going into the Seniors Open in just a couple weeks. So that establishes that his game is back on track, and he was a little worried coming into this round that he had lost it. So that's a good round, great round for Raymond.
Now, the weather pattern that's expected is the winds are modest now, but yesterday they came up into gusts of 25, and from 4 o'clock on it was very difficult. Could happen again, and so those teeing off really might benefit. Yesterday, no one seemed to really, other than 3 men who are in red, have a completely enjoyable experience. And there's a Hall of Fame list. 70 is par, Kite, 82. Ozaki was in the rough all day. Foul to Watson. Zeller, strange. And as Johnny indicated, Greg Norman said it was the toughest round he'd ever played. It had teeth, this Shinnecock Hills.
Well, the average score so far is 74.2, and I think today's round, the early players can do better than that, much better than that, as we've seen by Raymond Floyd. So someone could come out of the pack. I shot 63 to win my Open by 1 shot. Who knows what might happen today?
Well, Norman, despite his 74, was proud of his effort.
But, you know, the golf course played so difficult that it seemed like every hole we played downwind, the pin was on the front. You know, your 10th hole, for example, and the 12th hole, and you're very, very tough for us to get a good feel. And I mean, I hit some shots out there today that I thought I hit pretty good, and I looked like I was a 15 or 16 handicap, you know. And you walk off with this feeling like, boy, I mean, I feel like I'm inadequate out here. I'm not really doing the job. So, but you know, you got to remember, the game of golf is a game of everything. Not only driving the ball, not only hitting irons, but it's also chipping, it's also putting, it's also bunker play. It's also your mental, intestinal fortitude, how strong you are inside. And I think we saw that come out in a lot of players today. And I saw it come out of me, and I'm very proud of myself for feeling and doing and recovering the way I did recover to keep myself right there at the end of the day.
Well, Norman almost defining what the United States Golf Association is striving for in this Open Championship.
No doubt. He's got a firm grasp of it. I like Norman in a lot of ways because I thought yesterday round might have been his bad round. I think he only hit 5 greens in regulation. Lehman's got a lot of momentum coming off that 67. Don't count Bob Tway out. He routined this course for many, many holes till 16 and 17 yesterday. And then Phil Mickelson with his new punch iron shots and his silky stroke. Those 4 guys are the guys to watch.
All right, Johnny, let's take a look at the pairings as we'll be watching those at the top or near the top of the leaderboard. Nabilo and Davis Love, a little less than an hour from now. Vijay Singh leading in this championship in driving distance with Nick Price. At 158, Scott Verplank and Steve Stricker. 207, boy, 2 tough little players, Corey Pavin and Ian Woosnam. Phil Mickelson and Bob Tway in the pairing at 216. And finally, Greg Norman and Tom Lehman, they share the lead. We're underway, the final round of the 1995 U.S. Championship. Welcome back, Payne Stewart at the tee, par 3 7th. He's 2 under for the day.
183 yards, the Redan hole. And that'll work down in the new chipping areas, pitching areas that the USGA has cut this year.
Yeah, we're all delighted to be sharing Father's Day with you fans of great golf. And let's meet the men who will be calling the action, beginning with Bob Trumpy.
Dick, the secret to success at any U.S. Open is simple. Drive the ball in the fairway. But as each U.S. Open approaches, the United States Golf Association likes to employ rough. Here at Shinnecock Hills, it's no exception. A ball in the fairway affords the player the opportunity to shoot any shot he wants. In the intermediate rough, there may be some problems with distance and control. In the primary rough, you're hurting. It's hard to get it out and difficult to control. On the perimeter, the native uncut grasses can pose major problems for these players. Yesterday at 10, Greg Norman forced to just hack the ball out into the fairway. The net result, a 6. So the USGA with its rough, you put in the mix a little wind, you put in the mix a little pressure, and this is a stern test of golf. Now let's move ahead to Dan Hicks.
Well, if the rough isn't enough, Bob, the new chipping areas here at Shinnecock have proved to be almost as challenging. We're going to show you a couple of examples from yesterday from some of the best players in the world. Nick Faldo, opening hole, second shot. This from the rough. It'll run hot through the firm green, but also through the back chipping area. It offers no backstop cushion at all. And by the time Faldo's ball goes over the speed bump, finally runs out of steam, his third shot will be yet another adventure back a long way from the green. Also yesterday, Tom Kite, his 4th shot on the par 5 5th. After already running his 3rd shot through this chipping area, Tom runs it through the firm green again and is faced with another delicate chip shot from the chipping area. And Dave Marr, this course has a lot of the world's best shaking their heads.
You're right about that, Dan. And when the USGA prepares a golf course for an Open Championship, they want to have an examination that tests all the skills and characters of a player. And that's what Shinnecock has done this week. With the course playing a little soft on Thursday, there were 10 players under par. After Friday's round, just 6. And with the heavy winds yesterday, it was down to just 2, Norman and Lehman. And I think if the wind comes up again today, 1 over par or 281 will be this year's Open champion, the 95th Open champion. Now let's go to Dick Enberg.
All right, Dave Marr, now in his 40th U.S. Open as a player and announcer. Let's go to Dan Hicks on 13.
All right, Dick, par 4 13th. Nick Faldo readying himself for his 2nd shot. And John Schroeder is following this group of Nick Faldo and John Daly.
Dan, he's got 168 yards to the flag, and the wind is definitely picking up. I think it's going to have about the same velocity as it had yesterday afternoon. He's hitting directly into the wind, the pin cut toward the front of the green, little uphill, 5-iron.
Right. Right.
And Faldo has found a piece of the green just about pin high. Faldo pretty much geared his whole season around winning this U.S. Open Championship, but not to be this year. Now John Daly.
140 yards, hitting a 9-iron into that strong breeze. Great shot there.
Fine shot for John Daly, who began this final round at +10. He's +2 for the day. And to number 7.
Par 3 Redan hole. Payne Stewart's 2nd shot.
Got a slow pitch shot up that hill. It's a beauty.
Stewart 2 under for the day, 6 over for the championship. Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Dick. With Corey Pavin at 2 over 212, and Corey, the Open hasn't been your best major. What are you doing differently? Are you going about it differently this week?
Not really. I'm hitting the ball pretty well the last couple days, and just trying to get in fairways and get it on the greens, and trying to miss the greens in the proper place if I do miss them, and just trying to stay away from the bogey man and take my birdies when I get the opportunity.
Well, let's face it, you've been tagged the best player in the world that hasn't won a major. Are you ready to give that to somebody else?
I would love to give that to somebody else. I'm tired of that phrase, actually, so I'd love to win a major championship. I hope it happens today, and if it doesn't happen today, I'll try the next one.
Play hard.
Thanks.
Back to you, Dick.
Corey Pavin, there's quite a legion of fans rooting for him today. Norman and Lehman will be teeing off shortly, as will Bob Tway and Phil Mickelson. The battle is on. Welcome back. 17th tee, Tom Watson.
This is the Eden hole. It's playing 173 yards from the up tee, the same tee that was played in 1986. See the pin, it's back. Let's see if it stays up or falls off the edge there, little false edge. You can see it gaining momentum, and down in the primary rough it goes. So pretty good shot, but not a very good break.
Let's go to 13.
And the birdie attempt of John Daly. John Daly, new father. He and his wife Paulette just had a baby girl named Sierra.
To the 8th. Payne Stewart on this par 4 8th hole.
Great shot. Absolutely terrific shot right underneath the hole, right where he wants it.
To 17.
And Tom Watson, this is his 2nd shot. Remember, his shot just curled into the right-hand rough there. A birdie at 16 got him to 11 over. And Tom runs it by the hole there a little bit, and he missed that putt. Made a bogey to go to 12 over.
Well, the 65th U.S. Open a few years ago, as we look down at the 95th, this the centennial year of our national championship. And that leading page, those men, final putts and final shots on the practice tees and greens, and we'll be ready to go within an hour. 2-8, and Payne Stewart. And Stewart with a terrific front side. That's his third birdie, 3 under. Roger.
Thank you, Dick. We're with Bob Tway. And Bob, how do you mentally prepare for a day like today?
Well, I don't know that you can. I think the only way to go out there is to try to do what you've been doing the first 3 days. Try to relax as much as you can, because you know you're going to be nervous and uptight, but just go out there and try to play as smart a golf as you can.
Do you think you're better prepared now in 1995 to win here than you were, say, in 1986?
Well, I don't know. In 1986, I had a whole lot of confidence and was playing awfully well. I don't think I have the confidence that I did back then, but I know I've learned a lot from stuff like that, from having a chance, so maybe I can use that to my advantage.
We wish you well.
Well, thanks.
Thanks. Back to you, Dick.
All right, Roger. Payne Stewart off the tee at the 9th hole.
This terrifically tough 447-yard par 4. And he hits it a big tee shot on the upslope, and that will work out just fine, Payne.
Payne Stewart and Bob Tway were 2 of the 9 men tied for the lead after 9 holes when Tway had finished his 9 holes 9 years ago, and then Ray Floyd came charging to win the championship. Well, there have been some absolutely breathtaking shots made here. There have been some tough ones, but there have been some shot making that we'll always remember. How about Corey Pavin for this eagle on 5?
Corey seems to love 8 and 9 irons on TV. And there he does it again.
That was in the opening round, as we're going to give you a flavor of some of the best of this 95th championship. John Daly
with absolutely a textbook flop shot.
Those even bring the big guys back. Paul Azinger, this was a high moment for him in a disappointing championship.
80 feet from the front edge. Attaboy, Paul.
Greg Norman finishing his second round at 18.
And this is so fast you cannot imagine. He hits a little hard, but it's tracking true.
That put a punctuation mark on his lead after 2 rounds. Well, I guess the shot of the championship would have to be a hole-in-one, and Gary Hallberg was the author.
Nice little 5-iron. You want to really keep it a little right of the pin, but he hits it right at the pin. And this ball, you'll watch it. Would have been off the green, but it went in.
Fuzzy Zeller had his moments as well.
Thank goodness for a pin. Great shot.
And Bob Tway yesterday, early in the round, showed he was ready to challenge. Davis Love out of this stance.
Struggling a little going into the 17, hits it in the bunker. Very awkward shot. Just bumps it out and lets it feed down to the hole, and surprise, surprise.
Those are some of the highlights of this 95th U.S. Open Championship. The wind's picking up a bit, as you can see the flags at the oldest golf clubhouse in the United States. Let's go to Roger Maltby.
Thank you. With Phil Mickelson. And Phil, you were quoted as saying that you prefer these conditions as opposed to events where you can shoot lower numbers. Why?
Well, the conditions shouldn't really matter as long as everybody plays them, but I prefer it where par is a good score as opposed to having it be a birdie fest, just because you're challenged on every single hole as opposed to having holes where if you hit a few poor shots, you can escape with par.
Do you have a game plan for today? And Did you learn something from being so close at the Masters?
Well, I think every opportunity you have in a major, you pick up something. You change your focus before you go out and play. You do things a little bit differently. And plus, you're a little more comfortable in that situation. So I think having finished in the top 10 last 2 PGAs and last Masters, hopefully that'll help me for today. As far as a game plan, it's very difficult to come up with one because you don't know how the conditions are going to be, and depending on where the pins are placed, really tells you what holes you can go for birdie and what holes you're just trying to make par.
Well, we wish you well, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Roger.
Back to you, Dick.
Okay, Roger. Well, the MetLife blimp, and we've got to salute Bob Michelson, the MetLife blimp and Snoopy 1. You know, those incredible shots. He's finding a golf ball in the deepest of rough. He hasn't missed a shot this entire championship. And Bob, you're playing birdie work here all week long.
Definitely under par.
You bet. Well, yes, we await this group to start the day. There are the men that feel, I'm sure, as they went to bed last night, they had a chance to win this title.
And the funny thing, a guy like Payne Stewart, 5 over going in the back 9, who knows, might shoot 4 under on the back 9, and you never know.
To the 9th fairway, and the second shot of Payne Stewart. Dan Pohl is there.
Well, Payne's made it 168 yards to the flag, and Johnny, if there's a pin probably that's accessible back there, it's 17 back in the left corner with a right to left wind. This is one that they can get at.
It's about where the ball wants to stop.
Just a solid 7-iron for him. He's got it going just right of the flag, and it's turning in. Looks like a good shot.
It'll kick left. That could be real close. Right underneath the hole, right where you want it, Payne.
And we've just received an updated weather forecast for this part of Long Island, and the winds now will pick up, they say, gusting to 20 to 25 miles an hour out of the southwest.
You are watching the 95th U.S. Open on NBC.
Welcome back to Shinnecock Hills, and just moments ago, Tom Lehman, who shares the lead with Greg Norman, arriving, as all the players have, to this clubhouse. First opened its doors in 1892. He is tied with Greg Norman, and the Shark is with Roger.
Thank you, Dick. Greg Norman, you've said that you go to a golf course without a game plan. Really?
Yeah, it's always, I've been that way for forever, Roger, because you don't know what the golf course is going to be like that day. And if you go in there with a preset game plan that you've had from Tuesday to Wednesday, and then come Sunday you've got a totally different conditions, it can throw you off mentally. And I've never really believed that, because I believe that the tournament starts on the next shot you hit. And because you've got to forget about the shots that you've done. If you hit a poor shot, forget about it going on to the next. So to me, that's my game plan. Play each shot as the first shot you're ever going to play, and it means the most. And you know, today's not going to be anything different either.
Well, you find yourself in virtually the same position you were in here 9 years ago. Any lessons from that Sunday that you'll carry with you today?
I can't remember 9 years ago. Yeah, of course you do. You feed off the good stuff. You learn. Hopefully you learn by your mistakes in life, and not only on the golf course, but in life in general. And if you can learn to adapt and make changes within yourself, then you hopefully become a better person. And you know, 9 years ago was a great learning curve for me, and hopefully I have learned a lot about it. A lot of water's gone under the bridge in those 9 years, and a lot of good water too. So to say I'm not looking forward today would be an understatement. I really am. I'm keen to get to the first tee.
Well, thank you much. We wish you well.
Okay, thanks.
Back to you, Dick.
Thanks, Roger. Here's Payne Stewart for birdie at the 9th.
A little right to left putt, uphill slow. And just pulled it all the way. Sometimes in your quest to hit it hard enough on those slow putts, you just release that right hand. That's what happened, I think.
Well, Payne Stewart, nevertheless, a fine front side, a 32. He's 5 over for the championship. There they are, and we'll be seeing them at the first tee in the next hour. To the 10th, and Payne Stewart.
Okay, Dick Enberg, 10 is 409 yards. A scorecard for Payne Stewart on the front side. He birdied 1, he birdied 5, he birdied 8. He turns at 3 under. He is now 5 over for the championship, going with an iron off this delicate little par 4.
Wants to hit it on top of the hill, which the crest is about 240 yards to where it falls down into a low, big low. And let's see how it runs off, huh, Bob?
And ran through the fairway. Difficult to tell whether that's intermediate or primary rough, but Payne Stewart off the 10th tee, back to 3.
Bill Glasson.
Bill.
To 18. Tom Watson then will make bogey on this par 4 18th. Former U.S. Open champion with a 73 today. He finishes plus 13. Well, this week's championship at Shinnecock is the Centennial Open, coming exactly 100 years after the very first U.S. Open championship in 1895. Those days, golf in America was barely 7 years old. America's first golf club had been established in Yonkers, New York in 1888. But as the number of clubs and players grew, there came a call for a national championship. And here with a look at the remarkable history of the U.S. Open is Dave Marr.
On this Manhattan corner 100 years ago stood a certain Calumet Club. It was here on the evening of December 22nd, 1894, that representatives from 5 golf clubs, including Shinnecock Hills, created the United States Golf Association. Among its goals, to decide on what links the amateur and open championships shall be played. To host its first pair of championships, the USGA chose Newport Golf Club. Over 3 June days in 1895, Charles Blair McDonald, one of the 5 men to sign the original USGA charter, earned the first U.S. amateur title. The next day, professional Horace Rawlings won the first U.S. Open, a 36-hole one-day event. But the amateur McDonald got all the acclaim. As in the 19th century, golf professionals were not considered gentlemen.
They were given none of the courtesies that the members took for granted. They were looked upon as low-class working men.
Nevertheless, professionals ruled the Open at the turn of the century. One of the best was British great Harry Vardon.
Very pretty golfer, probably as good a golfer as ever lived.
On his first visit to America in 1900, Vardon won the U.S. Open. He returned to the U.S. in 1913, accompanied by fellow professional Ted Ray on an exhibition tour designed to end with Vardon's triumph in the U.S. Open at the Country Club in Brookline, Massachusetts. But 20-year-old amateur Francis Ouimet, a former caddy at the Country Club, spoiled Vardon's plan.
A storybook tournament. And the proper Bostonians went completely mad on the last 2 days. An absolutely wonderful and humble 20-year-old Francis Ouimet wins the U.S. Open.
The whole of the United States became interested in golf. Everyone went out and played golf. Courses grew up all over the United States.
The American golf public was hungry for new heroes and found an original in 1914 Open champion Walter Hagen.
He was cool. He was handsome. He also strode down the fairway with a deep tan and a great deal of look in his eyes of a man who knew life like few people. They wouldn't let him dress in the clubhouse. So Hagen, being the person he was, hired a great Rolls Royce and a chauffeur. He would have his meals in his car. No one was going to show him that he wasn't as much of a gentleman as anyone.
By the sheer force of his personality, Hagen opened doors for professionals. But it was an amateur who eclipsed Hagen as the greatest golfer of the 20s. Bobby Jones, the sweet-swinging Georgian, dominated the Open as no one before or since. In an 8-year stretch, Jones won the Open 4 times and finished second in 3 of the other 4. Jones became a national hero, celebrated as much for his sportsmanship as for his success.
He actually played golf in his spare time. He played it as a game. He was a lawyer. He was a model of decorum, rare taste, dignity. He was very humble. His personage really exceeded everyone's expectations of him.
In 1930, Jones accomplished the unthinkable. In that one year, he won the British Open in amateur and then the U.S. Open in amateur, the Grand Slam of golf. Then he abruptly retired from competition. His retirement closed an era. Johnny Goodman in 1933 remains the only amateur since Jones to win the Open. Now in the modern era of professional dominance, American golf still finds its heroes in the U.S. Open. Since the days of Hagen and Jones, the ranks of heroes has grown to include the champions of the Women's Open and the Senior Open. Over the past century, the U.S. Open has been defined by the greatness of its champions. And today, more than ever, golfers expect to be measured by their success in American golf's most historic championship.
And it's very likely a new name will be added to its history at Shinnecock Hills today. Let's go to the 10th.
We saw the drive of Payne Stewart. Now the second shot. Looks like he's in the intermediate rough. From plateau to plateau, a very hard green. Hits and rolls over for Payne Stewart again. Payne 3 under on the day. And ahead to 15.
And the second shot for Fuzzy Zoeller.
415-yard par 4. Small little green, and you can see the greens are starting to firm up. And watch this ball just keep trickling off this, we call it a false edge in design, and it rolls right to the fringe.
Fuzzy 3 under for the day and +6 for the championship. And there are the leaders, Greg Norman, Bob Tway, and the rest. Final touches on their game before they enjoy what should be a spectacular Sunday at Shinnecock Hills.
You don't have to share the credit. You can't share the blame. And since there's no enemy to attack or defend against, those who become champions must overcome only themselves.
The oldest and most prestigious tennis championship, Wimbledon. And we'll be there in 2 weekends as coverage begins. Pete Sampras goes for 3 in a row in men's championship here at Shinnecock to the 10th.
And the third shot of Payne Stewart. Well, that left for par. Payne, no bogeys to this point, and ahead to 15.
Fuzzy Zoeller, third shot.
Try, Fuzzy.
3 under for the day is Zoeller. Zoeller in his 19th U.S. Open Championship, won in 1984. We go to the second hole, par 3, Jeff Sluman for birdie. Sluman 4 over for the championship, 1 under today. To the 10th.
This for par for Payne Stewart. 8-9 feet. Oh yes, right in the middle. Nice save by Payne Stewart. He stays 3 under on the day, 5 over for the championship.
Payne Stewart wearing his New York Giant colors today and looking for a mammoth round.
Third shot of John Daly at 16. 2 big shots here. Just a little pitch to this pin, which is just 12 feet on the green here today, but really only about 6 feet of it where you can keep the ball on the green. 6 feet short of the flag, it tends to go back to the front fringe where Faldo left his. Daly today started 10 over, now 1 over for the round, so 11 for the tournament. And go to the practice tee where you see John Gregory Norman.
All right, Dave Marr, I'm sure their thoughts are on that first tee and those first 8 holes. And just to get us all on that same focus, here's Johnny Miller to take us through the first 8.
The par 4 first plays just 394 yards from an elevated tee. It should be a birdie hole, but U.S. Open jitters sometimes say otherwise. Lee Trevino found out firsthand in 1986. He started his 3rd round missing the fairway and found out how difficult it is to hold the greens when you're coming out of the rough. For this year's U.S. Open, many of the areas around the greens, like number 1, have been mowed to create chipping areas. The area behind the hole shows just how challenging this new mowing procedure can be. The second is the longest par 3 on the course, measuring 226 yards to the middle of the green. You can see you must carry these bunkers here and then you can run it onto the green. Yesterday, in Saturday's round, Greg Norman missed the green to the right in the heavy grasses and had to be forced to scramble to make his par. After contending with the long par 4 third, players are challenged at the 408-yard par 4 fourth. The one thing you don't want to do off the tee is miss the fairway right because the green does not open from that side. You see that bunker there? It gets a lot of action. If you can hit in the shaded area, you can go into this green with a short iron. In 1986, Raymond Floyd hit this great approach shot. And we know how this day ended. Hitting the green in regulation is nearly imperative because the tree can come into play and both bunkers fronting the green are extremely deep. The par 5 fifth at 535 yards is reachable in 2 if you can avoid all these bunkers off the tee. It's a very narrow tee shot, but if you can hit it down to the right side, you can go for this green in 2. You can see at the green how much fall off there is on the right side. If you miss it there, you have an extremely difficult pitch shot or pitch and run shot. Tom Kite was pin high in 2, then pitched it over the green, and now this is his 4th shot, believe it or not, and he misses the green again. It goes down the hill and leaves himself about the same distance as he started with in 2. The par 4 6th is 471 yards, and what a hole it is. It's the toughest hole this week. The tee shot is sort of blind, as you can see, and you want to hit it over this big bunker on the right to a very, very narrow fairway. And you can see this pond in the distance. And the problem for that is if you do stray into the roughs, you can see the pond, how it will come into play. And this rough is tough as nails right here. From there, if you can hit the ball into the fairway, you're going to go into this green with a long iron, and it's fronted in the green by this bunker, and it's a tremendously difficult shot. In 1986, Hal Sutton, who happens to be a very strong player, was overpowered by the menacing rough. He had to avoid the water that could engulf an errant shot from the heavy rough. This is a view of the 7th tee, a par 3 that plays 188 yards to the middle of the green, and this is a famous hole, the Redan hole, named after the 15th hole in North Berwick, Scotland. It's a very treacherous green right here, and you can see this is a view from right of the green, and from here you have to pitch it either into the bank or up on top, and it runs away from you so fast you can't believe it. The 367-yard par 4 8th is an interesting tee shot. Most players elect with a 3-wood off the tee to avoid those bunkers. And you got to be careful around the green too a bit. You can see how deep these bunkers are that are right of the green. If you go down in there, it's a very difficult up and in for a par. The first 8 holes are a player's best chance to get ahead on this golf course because what lies ahead is tough as nails.
And Johnny David Fay, the executive director of the USGA, has informed us the hole locations for the first 9 holes are exactly the same as they were for the championship in 1986. Let's go to the first tee, Davis Love.
Good looking swing, nice high fade, drifting with the prevailing winds that are going left to right, and you just cannot hit a tee shot better than those two balls we see in the screen.
Davis Love starts 4 behind the leaders. Jeff Sluman. Second shot into this third hole. This just a moment ago. And Jeff Sluman will go on to make birdie, and he is 1 under for the day, +4 for the championship to 16.
John Daly, this for a birdie. And that putt has fooled everyone today. Just when you think it's going to keep going left, it moved back out to the right, so he gets his par to stay 1 over.
At 11, 161 is the yardage today. Payne Stewart again is on 17, 9 from the left. Well done if it stays. If it stays. That ball has rolled off of the green. The final group in this final round of the 95th U.S. Open tees off at 2:25. That's Greg Norman and Tom Lehman. You see there are an awful lot of folks close to the lead, and there has been reasonable scoring in the first half of the field here on this final day. Bernard Longer at +5. Lancaster playing 15, having an excellent round today. He's through 15, and now let's move to 16.
Lancaster, this with a wedge, 2 big shots. Looking real good. This should spin back now off the side of that hill. Neil 3 under for today's round. Oh, what a splendid shot. Phil Mickelson, what will the day hold for Phil? Will he win his first major pro championship? All this is going to unfold for you this afternoon.
And Fuzzy Zeller will be picking him up on the par 3 17. Greg Norman and Butch Harmon, his teacher. We go to the 11th.
We saw the tee shot of Payne Stewart. This is tough. This is delicate, gentlemen. It's straight downhill. So through 10, Payne Stewart, 3 birdies, no bogeys, but that left for a par 3 at 11 to 1.
Second shot for Davis Love III.
Just going in with a nice little wedge shot. And a good start. Very, very, very good start.
Makeable birdie for Love there. To Nick Faldo.
At the 17th, just over the green. This is second shot on the par 3. Oh, finally, a little sunshine in an otherwise dark couple of days for Nick. Nick 12 over coming to this hole now, 11 over. Let's go back to 11 and Payne Stewart.
And it par putt for Payne Stewart.
Very slow.
Well, the 91 U.S. Open champion records his first bogey of this final round. It comes at 11. He now stands at +6 on the tournament, -2 on the day. All week long, the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 1 has been cruising the skies above the U.S. Open to provide coverage of all the golf action. The Blimp will follow the PGA and Senior PGA Tours throughout 1995. And let's go back to the opening hole.
This is the 1:49 starting time. Vijay Singh, Nandi, Fiji. Play away, please.
The introduction of Vijay Singh. The hole is named Westward Ho, a par 4.
3 consistent rounds of 70, 71, and 72.
And the man from Fiji is into that primary rough.
Primary rough is about started 5 inches long early in the week. It's probably up to about 6 anyway by now after the rains and the sunshine now.
Nick Price, 66, the best round of the championship, then 73, 73, plus 2 at the start.
38 years old, so not that the years are running out on him, but good opportunity for him.
Nick Price in this championship in the top 10 in driving distance and hitting the fairway, and that could bode well for him today. Up on the first green we go. Davis Love for birdie.
Little slider putt. Good start, Davis.
So let's update the leaderboard. The game is for the U.S. Championship. Norman and Lehman to tee off shortly. And Davis Love has joined the group at +2. Welcome back. Looking down on the first hole here at Shinnecock Hills. Let's go ahead to the second tee. Davis Love after his birdie on 1.
229 yards, a 5-iron. Downwind. Might be a little right. Came a little underneath it. Left the face open, but he got a pretty good hop. Not too bad, Davis.
To 17.
Where we find Neil Lancaster from Smithfield, North Carolina. Took his first lesson from Raymond Floyd's father. This for a birdie. This to go 5 under for the round today. Oh, man. Neil Lancaster goes 5 under for the day and 4 over for the championship. It's his 7th birdie of the day. Let's go back to number 1.
Nick Price with his second shot.
120 yards. Probably going with a good pitching wedge with a crosswind. And the spin will carry it right off that false edge there. Not a hard pitch shot though from there, chip shot.
Back to Neil Lancaster, the 32-year-old Lancaster. If he pars 18, will equal the course record of 65, a birdie, and he owns the record.
Tremendous stuff he's doing.
You know, Ben Hogan wrote a letter in 1960 after playing here, and he said each hole has complete definition. The course has not succumbed to the pattern of make golf easy because of the hackers' inability to hit decent shots. And in Ben's way, that was his high stamp of approval. Let's go to the 5th.
Par 5 eagle chip for Bill Glasson. Easiest hole on the course.
Similar angle that we saw earlier that Paul Azinger made that long snake.
And Bill Glasson's got his 3rd straight birdie there to go to +3, back to 2.
Davis Love, second shot.
The biggest problem I see from this grass, and I've reached down and grabbed it, and normally grass has a certain texture, but when you reach down and grab this primary rough, in it are a lot of strands of real heavy stem type grass, which is the native high fescues, and if you happen to get one of those between the club face and the ball, they're very slippery, and you get little jumpers like Payne Stewart did on 11. So it's sort of hard to get the right distance is what I'm trying to say. Does a pretty good job of it.
About a 4-footer left for his par.
Playing companion is Frank Nobilo. He's from New Zealand.
Let's go back to Nick Price at 1, his 3rd. That left for his par. Ahead at the second green. Frank Nobilo. Nobilo birdied the first hole, and this is for birdie. Nobilo currently +3 in the championship.
34-year-old from Auckland, New Zealand. Turned pro in 1979. The best U.S. finish is tied for 9th in the '94 U.S. Open.
He was in the last group with Ernie Els last year on Sunday.
Not a lot of break here. And you notice that the greens are not so green anymore. They used to be green Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday, and now they're starting to turn a little greenish brown.
Nick Price for his par at the first.
Let's go to the 12th hole. Payne Stewart. Another birdie for Stewart. He is a +5. Well, there are the men that share the lead after 3 rounds. Greg Norman and Tom Lehman. And let's go to the first tee.
Edmond, Oklahoma.
Wind's picking up as Scott Verplank is introduced. Scott from Edmond, Oklahoma, home of Shannon Miller, the Olympic gymnastics star.
3 fine rounds of 72, 69, and 71. Just 3 behind the leaders.
I understand Singh bogeyed 1 and Nobilo bogeyed 2.
Edgerton, Wisconsin.
And this is one of our finest young players on the PGA Tour, just 28 years old, Wisconsin. And best finish is tied for 2nd at Tucson. His wife, Nikki, will be caddying for him. And he said rounds of 71, 70, and 71. 3 shots behind the leaders, and that will go out in the primary rough. But today, with the pin on the right side, he's not too bad a shape.
At 2. Davis Love with his par. Now back to the second tee, and Nick Price. Playing 229 yards today, this par 3.
They can go for that.
What's it on?
24.
And his caddy, you might guess his name might be called, I think, Squeaky.
Jeff Medlin, former standout high school athlete in Ohio.
You're right.
Nick Price, born in South Africa, but raised in Zimbabwe. His mother was a big influence on him in junior golf, encouraged him and took him to tournaments.
Oh, run hard.
4 iron. He needs to get all of it. I don't know if he. It's pretty soft there, but a lot firmer than it was yesterday. Yesterday, that ball would have been on the front edge. Not too bad, Nick.
Nick Price, who is a natural left-hander like you, Johnny Miller, and he learned golf as a kid hitting cross-handed because all they could afford was 1 set of clubs for his brother and Nick, and his brother was right-handed.
Well, he's got it worked out now, I'd say.
You ever consider hitting left-handed when you were a kid?
No, my father started me when I was 5 years old down in the basement. And he said you can get better equipment right-handed in those days and better instruction, so it was a good move. And it's interesting because the 2 best left-handed golfers in the world in history, one of them happens to be Phil Mickelson and Bob Charles, who won the British Open, are both right-handed. 6 iron. And that is a large 6 iron, so large that it wasn't enough club.
Singh from Fiji makes his home now in London, England. Corey Pavin will be called to the first tee when we return to magnificent Shinnecock Hills Golf Club in Southampton, Long Island. Welcome back. First fairway, second shot for Scott Verplank.
Perfect position to come into this right pin. Pitch and wedge. That could be very close. Oh, man. That looked like it was homesick time like a gopher.
Vijay Singh, second shot at the second hole.
See how much break on that little chip shot of his.
Let's go to 18. John Daly way off the mark. This is his third shot.
And this shot was impossible. I'm telling you, that shot, maybe only Phil Mickelson could play. No green, sort of downwind, hard pan, green going away from him. And the people, very knowledgeable, the fans here, Shinnecock, they know how tough that shot was.
Daly 2 over today, 11 over for the championship.
Nick Price for birdie here at the long par 3 second hole. And he's got a putt here from 50 feet, 45, 50 feet. A little slow from here. Not a lot of break. Good approach putt. Pretty much secures his par.
We go to the first tee.
7 starting time. Corey Pavin, Orlando, Florida.
Pavin with 72, 69, 71. He's +2.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
A slice, but it was an intentional slice. Not bad. That the green is open where the pin is on the front right is where the hole placement is, and Corey shouldn't have too much trouble there.
Ian Woosnam, one of only 3 in the red yesterday with his 69.
37-year-old from Wales. And one of the longest hitters for his size ever to play the game. See how that ball started out drawing slightly, and the prevailing winds that are going directly left to right flattened it out and actually pushed it with sort of a hook fade.
To 18, the second shot of Neil Lancaster as he goes for an open record 29 on this back 9 and perhaps set a new Shinnecock Hills golf club record.
He's in perfect position right where you want to be off the tee. The hole placement is not that hard.
Oh, Neil, not left.
Uh-oh.
Give me a bounce. Big bounce.
And he has just put himself in a position that he might need to be named Neil Houdini to make par.
John Daly preceding this group did make par. That's an all-world up and down for Daly. Here's Lancaster with birdies at 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
That's incredible. I hope he can get this up and in. That's just, you hate to finish off a 9 like that and have a chance to make history in a U.S. Open. And you can see he sort of hit a going, sort of a little bit of a fluffy goer of iron. It didn't have any spin at all.
This is for birdie for Scott Verplank at the first.
You can see he builds that grip up way bigger than anybody else with Goztex, and just grips it real lightly, has a beautiful putting stroke.
Scott Verplank was the NCAA champion in 1986 when Ray Floyd was winning the U.S. Open championship here.
And won the 85 Western Open as an amateur.
Been bothered by various injuries that have made it difficult to play at the top of his game.
Payne Stewart for birdie here at 13, looking for his 5th birdie of the day. And Payne gets some air, but still a nice round of 3 under going for Payne Stewart. +5 for the championship. Breeze picking up at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, and Greg Norman and Tom Lehman just about 15 minutes away from teeing it up.
A reminder again, Wimbledon, Andre Agassi, currently the #1 player in the world, won his first major at Wimbledon. Surprise a couple of years ago. And Pete Sampras, their rivalry continues. John Schroeder's father, Lucky Ted, was a Wimbledon champion.
John?
Thanks, Dick, for remembering that. It was a few years ago, however. Corey's in the first cut of the rough. Good lie. 135 yards to the flag, 122 yards to the front. So just land on the front edge, let it release to the hole.
Good shot, Corey. Oh. Stop.
Greens are getting faster. Most wins without a major, Bruce Litsky, but the weight is on the shoulders of Corey Pavin because everyone reminds him that he's the best player not to have won a major championship. To 18, Neil Lancaster.
Probably the only way he'd get this close is to hit it just right on the edge of the fringe. He hits a beautiful flop shot there. Boy, that is quite a shot right there. He just opened it up and flopped it up there and came down. I guess the wind really helped him there. He threw it up into the wind, and the wind really stalled it out, and it was a great, great execution.
Second shot for Ian Woosnam at 1.
From 123 yards.
Ian Woosnam safely aboard. Only 4 men yet to join this illustrious group of 73 playing for the U.S. Open Championship. It'll be Phil Mickelson and Bob Tway next.
Phil Mickelson, Scottsdale, Arizona.
Probably the most pressure that he's ever felt right now. And it might even get more as the day goes on. Good stuff, Phil.
Phil Mickelson safely in the fairway.
Edmond, Oklahoma.
I was so impressed yesterday with how smoothly he swung at the ball and his demeanor. See if he has the right stuff today. 36 years old.
Watson and Tway begin the day just one shot from the lead. At the first, Woosnam for birdie.
Above the hole.
Corey Pavin made his par. It's on tape to 18. And this is for an open record. Neil Lancaster has played the final 9 holes in 29.
Someday you might wish you kept that ball.
16 players have shot 30 for 9 holes in an open, but Neil Lancaster now with a 29 and also a 65 to tie the Shinnecock course record. Chip Beck, Lanny Watkins, and Mark Calcavecchia on Father's Day Sunday 9 years ago in the final round also shot 65. Let's go to 2. Corey Pavin on the tee.
It's called the Plateau hole. It's 229 yards today. The pin is way in the back. John Schroeder
going with the 2-iron. He's lost that ball a little right, heading for the bunker.
In between the bunkers, John Schroeder.
Meanwhile, ahead at the third hole, par 4, Davis Love just moments ago for par.
That's what he did yesterday. He missed 3 of those, and
that wipes out the birdie on 1. Leon Woosnam, 5 foot 4 inch powerhouse. This little Welshman.
What iron, John?
3-iron. Little right of the flag up in the air. Got to hustle.
It's back there, John. In fact, it might be long. It is long. Good shot, though.
Ahead to the 4th.
Dick, it's a par 4. Davis Love, second shot. 182 yards back into the wind. It's nicely on the green. Look out. That left for birdie for Davis Love at 4. Back to 1.
Bob Tway in the rough right. Dan Pohl.
Well, he's got a real good lie. In fact, he's got something he can probably just hit a bump and run in there. Johnny's only 129 yards to the front, but if he flies this ball into the middle of the green or anywhere past the pin, it's going over. It's one of those ones that's going to come out a little fast. So he's probably just going to take a pitching wedge and try to hit it in front of the green, see if it'll run back to the hole.
This is where a club with good, sharp, nice new grooves really helps.
Came out pretty soft. Looked like a pretty good shot. Gets up.
So Tway is on in regulation. He's been the best in the championship after 3 rounds. Hit 37 of 54 greens. That'll win you some money.
That's solid. But this championship is definitely past money. This is here for history, and he is here to take another shot at it like he had his first try in '86.
Norman waiting at the first tee. Phil Mickelson, second shot.
That's a first view today of that new follow-through that he uses. Beautiful shot. More of a punch shot, and I think that's, if he wins today, wins this championship, it's because of that shot is the reason why he can, he's on a new level as a player. He used to hit everything high with a big, full, young-like follow-through. Of course, this is Tom Lehman.
Lehman, who has battled more than his golf scores this year.
Yeah, it's disconcerting. You know, you don't really know what's in there, and they take it out and they check it out. You kind of wait for the answer, and you know, luckily, you know, for me, fortunately, it was at the stage where they could just take the polyps out and be done with it. But it was spooky.
That's kind of remarkable. That's only 2 months ago, and here you are fighting for a U.S. Open title.
Yeah, you know, but I never really felt sick. You know, I felt a little bit weak and low on energy from losing some blood and everything, but you know, I never was really sick. And so once they took him out, it was basically back to business as usual.
2 months ago, cancerous polyps removed from his colon. And Tom Lehman, you see, the scare was immediate, but here he is, maybe the biggest day in his golfing career.
It's very interesting to watch the mannerisms gearing up for your first shot of the day. I'm telling you, it's you have to be there to experience the feeling in your gut. You're just hoping that you get off to a good start. You have confidence you can do it.
Let's go to the second. It's Corey Pavin's second shot.
Good break there.
Meanwhile, at the first tee.
The final pairing of the Centennial United States Open Championship, Greg Norman, Brisbane, Australia.
Norman 68, 67, and yesterday a 74.
Yesterday hit just 5 greens in regulation. A lot of them on the edge that were pretty good shots, but he's hoping that his game is much more together today and get back on the aggressive track where he's putting for birdies and not pars all day.
He had 10 one-putts for par yesterday.
Shot there.
Meanwhile, up on the first green, Bob Tway has made his par.
Lehman, Scottsdale, Arizona.
And what a heroic third round he shot yesterday. 67 when most of the field was just battling for their lives, and of course tied for the lead.
Johnny Miller yesterday when we were interviewing both Lehman and Norman. Norman saw Lehman and said, "What course did you shoot today? Where were you playing?" There is the U.S. Open Championship trophy, and they're ready to etch in 1995. Whose name will fit today? Phil Mickelson to go -1. Chance to share the early lead. Wiped away, he makes his par. Let's go ahead to the fourth.
After almost making eagle, Davis Love taps it in for his 33. He now stands at +2 on the tournament. 1 under on the day, back to number 1.
Tom Lehman, second shot.
Roger?
Tom's left himself 130 yards to the flag. Wind helping and left to right. Going to go with a hard pitching wedge.
It's a pretty easy pin, Roger, to start the day. It's the kind of pin that doesn't have a lot of problem.
Yeah, it's nice to keep it a little left of the flag, though.
And he's got it going left of the flag.
Good bounce.
Good shot.
Yesterday there were only 3 rounds under par. We've already had 8 players finish under par today, so the course playing more kindly, or the players themselves having better rounds.
Well, this is sand wedge from 105 yards for Greg. Perfect opening tee shot. There's a good-looking shot just left of the flag. Fading at it, hit the flag stick. My goodness. That's a bad break there, Johnny.
No doubt about it. That ball would have been pretty close to the pin. It would probably kicked a little right, but it still would have been inside 8 feet. But that's not a bad little omen. Watch this right here. Just knocks the pin down. Got to feel good about that, though. Start off knocking the pin down.
Norman and Lehman, the leaders coming into this final round. To win the U.S. Open, only 17% of the champions were the first round leaders, and as you can see, it improves 1 out of 3 midpoint, and if you're leading after 3 rounds, 44% champions. Let's go to number 2. Rob Tway on the tee.
.229 yards downwind with the prevailing wind. Oh, that's a beauty. Shot, best shot we've seen. You see how much break there is there. He flagged it. It just breaks that much right.
Back to 1. USGA rules officials follow all the pairings with Norman and Lehman. Our Trey Holland, chairman of the Rules Committee. You met Reg Murphy, president of the USGA, and Gordon Jeffrey, captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of Scotland.
Well, that should cover it right there. If they can handle this group, I don't know who could.
That's judge and jury.
Well, as he did all day yesterday, Johnny, he's electing to chip this ball from just off the collar. Really could putt it if he chose to, but he's elected to make this play most every time.
Breaks a little left at the hole.
Good effort there.
The scores. As we move ahead to the second hole. Second shot for Phil Mickelson.
After a very poor tee shot off the, the teeing area, just barely cleared those bunkers that normally pros don't worry about. He hits a pretty good pitch shot.
Tom Lehman trying to start his round.
Just break a little right, Roger?
It does. It's slightly downhill. It all depends on the pace, Johnny. If it's hit too firmly, it may not take the break, but if he hits it with a good smooth pace of the hole, it should come in just from off the left side of the hole.
And this is a big putt psychologically.
So Lehman taps in for his par.
Well, it wasn't that far from that Phil Mickelson underread the putt and went to the right, and his putt went a bunch to the right.
How should this one work, Roger?
Well, there's not too much here. It's inside the hole on the left.
Lehman with their pars. Now Phil Mickelson on the second green.
Dan Pohl, you right there?
Yeah, Johnny, I don't know what happened off the tee. I think he may have just misclubbed. You know, it's really hard to read that wind right now, and I think they're still thinking it's blowing as hard as it was yesterday, but he threw a pretty good pitch shot in there considering the circumstances. Now he's got it about maybe 15 feet, little left to right, and fairly quick coming down that hill. Yeah, it was right all the way.
So Mickelson will lose his shot and fall to +1. Davis Love.
Second shot.
188 yards with an 8-iron.
Downwind. Very reachable in 2, and Davis Love the third will have a shot at an eagle. Back to 2.
Bob Tway. This is for birdie.
After a tremendous shot into the screen. Breaks just a little bit, not much.
And the former Oklahoma State star joins Greg Norman and Tom Lehman atop the leaderboard. -1. So as we update our leaderboard, Norman, Lehman, and Tway with his birdie. Mickelson a shot back on the second tee. Greg Norman.
Roger, the last couple groups going in here have misclubbed except for Bob Tway. I don't know if the wind's buffing around or what.
Well, it's 229, 203, or excuse me, 206 to the front. So I would think Greg could hit a good high 4-iron with this downwind, Johnny. He'd probably pitch it just on the front, which is what I think he'd be after.
Don't want to go long really here. A lot of green in front of the hole. It's not really a birdie hole, even though Bob Tway did it.
This going at the right center of the green.
You know, it's funny, Roger, he keeps hitting good shots, but the ball will not stay on the green. The first hole, he hits a pin and bounces off. That one's a good shot, rolls off. It just will not stay on the green for him for 2 days.
Well, it says a lot about the way the golf course is playing, don't you think?
How about 86, the Saturday Slam? The leader in Masters, the U.S., the British Opens, and the PGA Championship, but only captured the British Open. And in 93, he led going into the 4th round. Runner-up at the PGA. A little sensitive is Greg about the fact that so many remind him that he's been so close to so many major championships and hasn't converted more.
Well, you know, he says, hey, I've had a great career. Let's look at the good stuff, okay? Let's not focus on the negative. And I can understand his thinking.
Just about on the exact same line Norman's ball was on.
Hit a little softer. Good shot.
To the 5th.
Eagle attempt for Davis Love the third.
And he's one of the greatest eagle putters in the world, this guy. Normally, he just knocks him in there. There have been 9 eagles this week, Dan?
Davis Love the third will have that left for birdie. Greg Norman, Tom Lehman, Bob Tway at 1 under par lead this final round of the U.S. Open Championship. And we're back to Shinnecock Hills right after this.
We're back at the second green, second shot for Greg Norman. Roger.
Straightforward chip. Good lie in the intermediate rough. Will break slightly from his right to left. Left himself a tricky little 4-footer.
To the fifth.
Birdie attempt, Davis Love. And he's within 2 of the lead. He's birdied 3 of the first 5 holes. Back to 3.
Bob Tway out of the left rough.
197 yards. Drew a good lie. Very fortunate there. Tough little pitch shot from there out of that primary rough.
Tom Lehman at the second green.
Got a putt that goes slightly. It goes a little downhill, a little uphill, Johnny. There's a low in the middle of this green, and as it comes back up out of the low, it will turn from his right to left at the cup.
Not a lot, though, right?
Not a lot. There's not a lot of break there, but there's like a valley in the middle of the putt that he has to travel through. So
this is a makeable putt from what I saw this morning.
For sole possession of the early lead. Ahead to the third. Phil Mickelson, second shot.
Hitting off a slight downslope to this back pin placement. Made a bogey on 2, as you saw, and a short birdie miss on 1.
Position for a birdie. Again, none. Well, yesterday, Gary Hallberg aced this par 7. Par 3 7th hole, and Hallberg is watching Jay Haas today.
Exactly. Even in this yesterday, Hallberg's ball went in on, I think, on the second hop, and that literally was in on the second hop. And it looked good. Oh, that's great. Hallberg probably just told him the story about his hole-in-one, and sometimes you'd be surprised that'll help you.
Harmon for his par.
inside the right putt. How many of these did he face yesterday? Yet another.
Just pulled it a little, Roger. Got it going left.
Up to 3. Bob Tway, third shot.
Hard to get the right distance out of this stuff. Looks pretty good. Very nice.
So Greg Norman with his bogey drops a shot back of the lead to the 5th.
Third shot, Nick Price just short of the green, and that took a hop over the lip.
They're going to have to repaint the flag sticks.
Good shot there. Boy, they're getting quick, aren't they, Dan?
Have to birdie this hole or you don't feel like you've taken care of business, as Nick Price at +2. 3 shots out of the lead. He keeps hanging around. And there is Nick Price. Most wins by year in the 90s. And back out to 3.
Tom Lehman now sharing the lead with Bob Tway.
Going with a 3-wood here. Hole playing downwind. Going up the very left side.
Very good, Roger. Got a huge hop. I mean, we're talking really a huge hop.
Well, I think that's why the players are going with 3-woods here, Johnny. It carries onto the downslope and it goes out just about as far as a driver would go anyway.
Lehman playing very well on the front side in this championship.
And Lehman, in case you don't know much about him, is 36, and he won twice at Memorial and Colonial. Those are his 2 wins, and they're both great courses, so this one could be added to his list. And Greg has really been sort of unfortunate. He could be 1 under right now with no trouble and hit 2 good iron shots, and he's 1 over.
He too going with a 3-wood. Shot, Greg. Good looking shot, right up to right center of the fairway.
Ahead to the 5th.
And the birdie attempt of Nick Price. Price made a costly bogey here yesterday after birdies the first couple of days. He'll settle for par.
Bob Tway. Par the 3rd. Tway stays at -1, tied with Tom Lehman. Earlier, Phil Mickelson for birdie. Same hole.
And this is his 3rd very poor putt by his standards in a row. Could be a little bit nervous. If he can just stay in touch, though, until he settles down, he'll be all right.
Mickelson made his par. MetLife Blimp has teamed up with NBC Sports to provide an aerial perspective of the U.S. Open. Snoopy 1 does not require a home base and is constantly on the road. He's logging over 60,000 miles a year. Spectacular shot making in this championship, and some great shot making from you folks up with Snoopy. Let's go to the 4th. And Corey Pavin.
That's a par 4. It's the group of Corey Pavin and Ian Woosnam, and Pavin has a birdie attempt, and John Schroeder's been with this group all afternoon.
This putt's about 30 feet, Bob. A little uphill, going to go a little to his right. Pavin coming off a bogey on the 3rd hole. Just hasn't quite gotten it going yet today.
Short, so that left for a par 4 for Corey Pavin. He'll stay at the +3 on the tournament, +1 on the day. Here are the leaders, Tway and Lehman. We move ahead to 6.
Davis Love, second shot to the par 4, 6th. That reaction, I don't think he likes it on this hole that's played the most difficult. As though it went into the left-hand bunker. Let's go to 4.
On the tee, it's 408 yards. Dogleg right, Bob Tway. Dan Pole is there.
Just a nice solid 3-wood into the wind. Try to bore it through the... Oh, he's got a perfect shot going down the right side, bringing it back into the middle of the fairway.
Tway yesterday. A string of 11 straight pars. And Mickelson has beaten up on the par 4s here at Shinnecock Hills. How do you explain that, Johnny Miller?
There is no way of explaining it. It just happens. Things happen in this game. But he needs to settle down a little bit with this putting and just the whole thing in general. This is new for him. He's a young player, of course. 25 years old just a couple days ago. Stay in touch. That's the main thing for him.
Online, Dan Pole?
No, he's got to be going down the right side. It should run through the bunker, I think, down there, Trump.
Not good for Phil Mickelson. We'll be back to 3.
Tom Lehman, second shot.
From the extreme left edge of the fairway, 156 to the hole. This is a 9-iron.
Sound a little thin, Roger.
Might need to get up a shade. Got a big hop.
Oh.
Oh, got a big hop off the front of that green, John.
Great shot.
Greg has 153 yards to the flag, and I would think seeing that ball jump back to the flag might have got his attention, wouldn't you?
I would think so.
This also a 9-iron.
Corey Pavin made his par at 4.
Going at the very right edge.
Big hop, Roger.
This is yet another green.
Just sitting down too in that 6 inches of rough. So another tough little par opportunity.
Jeff Maggard is 4 under for the day. Second shot at 18.
He was one of my picks to win this week, but sort of a day late and a dollar short a little bit, but a good shot there. Chance to shoot 65.
To the 5th.
Cut. Tee shot of Corey Pavin. Cut. Asking for it to cut.
Oh, no.
John Schroeder.
Stop.
Well, let's wait. Just in the first cut of the, not the primary rough, but just in the short rough. Should be okay.
Pavin +3 and a good chance for a birdie here on this par 5 fifth, 535 yards. Easiest hole on the course.
Woozy just missed another short putt for par. He's having his problems today on the greens. I think one thing to talk about, Dan, as we get into the day with this wind blowing and greens as fast and as firm as they are, awful tough to maintain your balance and maintain a nice smooth stroke. I've seen a lot of short putts missed this week. This hole's playing straight downwind. That's a little right. Depends on the bounce. Okay's in the short cut also.
First cut for Ian Woosnam, who has played this 5th hole very well and 4 under this week, and back to 3.
Third shot for Greg Norman, Johnny.
And the grass is laying directly left to right, which will twist the club slightly. It'll grip it down right to the steel, grip it firmly, and a nice crisp action wants to land it just on, just let it trickle. Not that easy a shot. Looks good.
Norman with his par at 3.
See, gripping down on the club, takes it down. Nice crisp little action there. Bounced just a touch right, but it was a beautiful shot.
To the 4th.
And the predicament of Phil Mickelson. How bad is it?
Well, I'm not sure he can get to the green. He's got 180 yards to the pin.
This also, this also go directly right, couldn't it?
Well, he's playing to the left side, but he's hit a pretty good shot. He looks heading towards the bunker. He got it on the green. That's a great shot from there, unless it rolls off the back.
It did roll off the back, Dan Pohl, but that is a great out from that situation. Back to 3.
Tom Lehman.
For birdie.
Just inside the right edge.
And the new leader is Tom Lehman, -2.
Great shot.
There are 19 players now atop the leaderboard, and none of the 19 has a U.S. Open championship. Lee Janzen for par. He has a U.S. Open title.
I don't think he thought he made that putt. He sort of started walking and was like, ooh, thank you.
Second shot of Nick Price. That from 201 yards. And where so many have missed it today and through the tournament to the right short.
Second shot for Bob Tway at the 4th.
Back into the wind, Dick. Bob today. Par 1, birdie 2, par 3, there on 4. He is now 1 back of Tom Lehman, who just took the lead with a birdie at 3. Now to the tee at 4, 408 yards into the wind. Tom Lehman with the honor. Roger Maltby playing certainly within himself to this point.
He's played beautifully so far, Trump. He struck the ball very solidly, good quality shots. It's the kind of start you want to get off to in the first few holes in an Open. It settles the nerves knowing you can believe in your golf swing. Going with the 3-wood here. Going down the left side of the fairway.
Sitting up, Roger.
Looked like he just got in the intermediate cut of the rough.
And that's to 18.
And this is for birdie for Jeff Maggart, and a 65 today.
Doesn't break as much as it looks. See how that goes right there? Cannot see that. And I'm telling you one thing, if that ball goes in, even with the score he's just posted, that could win the golf tournament. Who knows what the wind might do?
66 for Maggart with that tap in, back to 4.
And the tee shot of Greg Norman.
Greg's picked driver here. Drove the ball yesterday well into the left rough. This going up the left side of the fairway. Beautiful drive, perfect position.
Now up at the green, Bob Tway for birdie. And one behind Tom Lehman.
A lot of balls short from there, Bob.
Goodness, didn't even come close, Johnny.
Nope. I mean, just greens are not that fast. They're in a nice speed to putt.
Now, earlier this was the chip of Phil Mickelson. Sometimes he is magical.
That was awesome.
That left for par to stay close for Phil Mickelson. He's presently at +1, and Tom Lehman is the leader at -2. Now Bob Tway for par. Dan pulls down there. Could you understand why that first putt was so short?
Well, you know, right about 4 feet, right where his ball is, there's a little ridge that kind of starts to rise up, and it is a little bit, probably the slowest putt on the green. But you know, this time of the day, you don't want to blow it past 2 or 3 feet. And I think he just got a little tentative. But you know, this is the one that'll test him early. This is not an easy putt. He's got to hit it firm. If it does anything, it may move a little bit to his right.
Great save for Bob Tway. He stays one back to the tournament leader, Tom Lehman. With a birdie at 3, Tom Lehman now leads the 95th U.S. Open at 2 under par.
You are watching the 95th U.S. Open on NBC.
Welcome back. Excuse me, Dick, at the par 4 fourth. And second shot of Greg Norman, Roger Maltby right there.
He's got 146 yards to the flag. Wind coming from his right and against him. Going with a 7-iron here, pins on 19 paces. This would be a pretty good angle to attack the flag from.
Already.
Got it going at the right side of the green. Wants it to hook.
Well, his first green hit of the day. Ahead to 7.
To the 7th, Davis Love.
He holed one of these on 17 yesterday. Davis, great shot.
Back to 3.
That's out of the left rough on number 4. A very difficult shot, and he hits the downslope, unfortunately, their side slope, and it just trickles off. But pretty good shot from there.
172 was that shot, Johnny Miller, for Tom Lehman. Yes, well done. As you look down on the grounds at Shinnecock Hills Country Club.
The volumes that have been written about Greg Norman and all of the media coverage. And from Sports Illustrated, Rick Riley offers his insight.
From the hands to the waggle, from the shoulders to the swagger, to the brim, jaw, and teeth, we know Greg Norman. And yet we know him the usual way, the easy way. Greg Norman, the choker, the all-time 71-hole champ, Saturday's hero, not Sundays. In only 4 years, Lee Janzen has won 6 times on tour and has only 1 second. Greg Norman has so many seconds, they ought to someday bury him in a silver coffin. And every time Greg Norman looks like he's finally going to ride off into the sunset, the film snaps, or the horse breaks a leg. We have wanted so much for him, expected so many happy endings by now, and have gotten so few. 40 years old now, and only 2 majors, setting new league records for heartbreak. He has led every major on Thursday. He's led every major on Saturday. He's lost every major in a playoff. The all-time leader in stiff upper lips. And it is true, he has choked a dozen times. He has flown at pins when a half ounce of discretion and 1 less club would have won him 5 more championships.
I remember back in '86 when what happened then, everybody thought, oh, poof, you'll be gone, you know, and but I've always been a strong believer in myself, Rick. I've always been a strong believer in you know, going out and doing what I love to do, and that's play golf.
He cuts the most heroic figure in golf, and yet it's heroism itself that's been his worst enemy. For all his failures, you cannot get rid of him. It doesn't matter how many safes fall on him or trap doors open under him, he keeps coming back. He finds some new way to lose, some new way to make you wince inside for him, and yet he's back the next week on a new horse in a new film.
I'm an Aussie, you know, the Aussies have got a pretty tough or thick skin. Winning isn't everything, you know, winning's great, but it's how you get yourself in a position to win. And if you can do that on a consistent basis, you're not going to win every golf tournament you ever play in. But if I keep putting myself there all the time, I am going to win.
Win or lose today, and Norman may lose in some excruciatingly painful way, let it be said that this is his greatest achievement. That he was always there on Sunday to lose. That, unlike no other name over the last 10 years, he has beat ceaselessly against the current. Shooting stars come and go, and yet Norman is always there, contending and contending and contending, and nothing has broken him. And who knows, one of these days he may win an American major. After all, how many lousy sunsets can there be? Rick Riley, Sports Illustrated.
Well, in boxing terms, he always makes a fight.
I think he's the best player in the world. He doesn't always, you can see that graphic right there, doesn't always seem to finish the fight off, but he's definitely the best looking puncher and the best looking fighter out there.
Gentlemen, Greg Norman's last birdie was the 18th hole on Friday. Now played 22 holes without a birdie. Just before Greg putted, this is Tom Lehman with a chip from the back left edge. He is the leader at 2 under. He's coming off birdie at 3, ahead to 5.
Second shot of Bob Tway in a par 5 fifth. Hard to imagine there being a birdie hole here at Shinnecock, but this is it. And Tway will be just short of the green. Back to 4.
And Roger Maltby read this par putt for us for Tom Lehman.
Not too much break on this putt, Trent. You got a good look at Greg Norman's putt. I think there's very little break here. His ball moved right. Greg Norman's ball didn't move right at the cup.
So Tom Lehman takes the lead from Greg Norman at 3. And is now, with this putt, will be tied for the lead with Bob Tway at 1 under. Now co-leaders, Tom Lehman and Bob Tway at 1 under par.
We should point out that Johnny Miller at the start today, if you're just joining us, that blinking 1 was the number, -1 to win this championship. Tom Lehman and Bob Tway share the lead. Greg Norman 1 back, and here's Phil Mickelson.
His second shot. Pin just 6 paces off the right side, and Phil comes up short and in the bunker. Ahead to 7.
Par 3. Nick Price for par.
Slow putt from here. It's easy to leave it short. Just barely moves right. And he gave it a whack. See that ball actually stop and then fall back. That give you an idea of the speed of this green from right to left from the tee.
Had his trouble in the final round of U.S. Opens previously. Almost an average score of 75. Well, he'll drop a shot. We go to the 5th.
And Greg Norman has arrived at the tee. Downwind, Roger, still gusting out there.
Sure is, and this is really a critical drive. Great opportunity for birdie. Just got to get the ball on the fairway, Dan.
Has not been playing the 5 pars well this week.
Oh, perfect drive. Dead center of the fairway.
And that should be a short iron into this green at 5. And up ahead on the green, Bob Tway, his 3rd, just short of the green. That left for birdie for Bob Tway. Back on the tee, Tom Lehman's turn. Front nines only, par 5.
Just going up the left side, needs to get down, could get through the fairway on that line.
And he has gone through the fairway in the primary rough for Tom Lehman. Very reachable in 2 here, but who knows from the lie of Lehman. Meanwhile, back up at the green, Phil Mickelson, his 3rd from the bunker. And that left for birdie for Mickelson to get within 1 of the lead. Now Bob Tway. Dan Pohl.
I'm really impressed with Bob's demeanor today. He's been very relaxed, very confident. The fairways that he's missed, he hasn't been that far off. So, playing very solidly. This is not really a difficult putt, but you just got to get the speed right. Not a very good effort there.
Making par here is almost like making a bogey. Almost as many birdies as pars in the championship at this 5th hole. Bob Tway unable to take the lead by himself. Now Phil Mickelson with a chance to get within 1.
Phil hit a pretty good looking second shot in here, and it just caught the little ridge on the right and hopped into the bunker. He would have been up there putting for an eagle, but hasn't really had a good chance at birdie today. This will be his first chance to really get that stroke back that he lost on 2. So let's see if he can get back in the game right here. He needs to make one.
Up and down round yesterday. Only 6 pars yesterday, 7 bogeys and 5 birdies. This try for his first birdie of the day. He can't get it either.
Not the same guy putting today as we've seen the last 3 days.
Mickelson and Tway settle for pars to 18.
And the third shot for Payne Stewart.
He's the holeless to tie Jeff Maggart for a low guy in the clubhouse. Maggart's in at 4 over.
2 under for the day for Payne Stewart, back to 5.
And looking back onto the fairway, Greg Norman and Tom Lehman, and with the pars by Tway and Mickelson, birdies could loom large here for Norman and Lehman. Roger, you're out in the fairway.
Well, Tom Lehman got a very deep lie in the left rough down, and I don't think he can get this ball to the green. He's got 220 yards to the front edge, and maybe he can get it up and flying, but it would take a lot of strength to get this ball up out of the lie he's got.
You can see 2 bunkers protecting the 5th green on the upper left-hand portion of the screen, and how Tom Lehman has played the par 5s in 2 under this week. He was 7 shots off Greg Norman's lead going into the 3rd round before his 67 yesterday, but and the only hole playing under par in this championship is this one.
Well, you can see Tom pulled out a club and put it down behind the ball, trying to see if he thought he could get that club up out of the rough and put it back in the bag, and is rethinking this one, John, and I would think he's trying to figure out where he might want to lay this one up to.
Well, you got discretion is the better part of valor many times, especially at Open Championships. So you just gotta take what the course gives you. That's one of the hardest things the Tiger Woods and the young people of the world have to remember when they're playing a big championship. That just because you want to make a birdie here doesn't mean you have to do it on this shot.
That's right. Lie dictates everything. You just can only play what you have, what kind of lie you have.
Well, Lehman selected his club.
Going with a short iron here. Try to lay the ball down and give himself a wedge to the green.
And that's what he's done.
He's done just that. Got the ball in good position to go at this flag on the right side of the green.
Ahead to 6.
Bob Tway's tee shot at this dogleg right par 4, 471. Got to be left. Yep, because he said, come on, wind. The wind's blowing out of the left. And there it is. All right, it did stay in the fairway on this tough driving hole. Let's go back to 5.
Gusting wind. Hole location. Front right side, Greg Norman contemplating his club selection. Roger?
Well, he's left himself only 187 yards to the front edge. Dan pins on 18. He has 205 to the flag. And discussing with his caddy, Tony Navarro, just what club he may wish to go with.
Roger, when I said Greg hadn't been playing the par fives well this week, I was referring to the fact that he had all pars, a bogey, and a birdie, and for him, that's a little unusual, especially with this hole, like Dan Hicks has been saying, is darn near a 4-par. So that's a good chance for him to maybe make up for that little stat.
Well, he selected a 7-iron, Johnny. That's how much wind we have. Just try to land this ball in the front third of the green. Just going slightly left of the flag. Good looking shot.
Stay.
Green has been firming up throughout the day. There is the chipping area, and there is what can happen to what appears to be a second shot, which will hold. And the Shark reacting to his second shot over the green at the par 5 fifth. He trails Bob Tway and Tom Lehman by 1. Tom Lehman sand iron from 102 yards. And Lehman backs it up, and he'll have a crack at birdie. Ahead to 6.
Bob Tway from 214 with a 2-iron. Not a good angle to come in. Oh, and a marvelous shot there. Hold up for him. That's too good a shot. Well, maybe he needed a 3, but a very, very good shot again from Bob Tway. Let's go to 18.
Payne Stewart for par and a round of 68.
And I reported that he was 5 over. I thought he was 5, but it was 6. And then that there, of course, is a bogey.
Let's go to the 5th.
And Greg Norman, his predicament behind the green. Roger, lie looks okay.
Lie's okay. He really got a tough break on his second bouncing through the green. He couldn't have hit it any better or any higher, but there's an 8-iron trying to bump it into the hill and run it to this flag.
Tough shot. Talk about a tough speed shot, huh, guys? I mean,
you're not kidding.
These chipping areas are absolute genius at work.
To 7.
Scott Verplank, second shot.
That shot was so fast. He just had to just barely get it on the green, let it come down in there, and he's just trying to get a little too cute and decelled into it.
Ahead to the 8th, this par 4. Second shot, Davis Love.
154-yard 9-iron birdie hole. Now it really looks like a birdie hole. Shot Davis.
Back to the 5th.
And Greg Norman surveying his birdie attempt. He was so good from behind the chipping areas yesterday, but has left himself with a pretty good sized birdie attempt.
And Dan, if he loses his championship by a shot or two, he can probably look at these 5 pars, if he doesn't make this, as being the reason why.
And a look at Greg Norman's record in greens in regulation this week. Been a master with a putter, a master from the back of the greens. And this birdie attempt to get back to even.
Just barely breaks at the hole to the right.
Three straight groups now, or 3 straight golfers, I should say, have parred this hole.
And that par there hurts. 7-iron to the green, hit a flawless shot, and come away with 5. And boy, I'll tell you, a guy like him, he goes, "You got to be kidding me."
Ahead to 6.
Third shot of Bob Tways, the back fringe. Well, came up a little short again. Still working, still working.
Don't give up on
All
it,
right.
Dave.
I know, that is really slick. I thought for a minute it had stopped. Back to 5.
And Tom Lehman's attempt for birdie.
Not much here. Just a straight putt, but it looks like it goes left, I guess, to him.
Mickelson, Tway, Norman, and now Lehman all settle for pars at the easiest hole on the course. And Bob Tway and Tom Lehman, as a result, remain tied for the lead at 1 under. Greg Norman a shot back. Davis Love the third, and Phil Mickelson 2 shots behind. Neil Lancaster, what a final round in his first U.S. Open today. Absolute cloudless sky, but the winds continuing to pick up in the afternoon, and we'll have to see if the champion remains under par or over par. That'll be a big question. Now at 9.
Great birdie opportunity right here.
He's 2 under today. Get him within 2 shots of the lead.
And I'm sure Neil Lancaster with that great round, and Jeff Maggard also the great round, are watching to see if everybody's wheels fall off in front of them, and they might have a shot. Who knows?
Opportunity lost for Davis Love to the 6th.
Tee shot of Greg Norman.
Good ball.
Well, everybody likes it. And so will Greg.
Little anger in that shot, huh, Dave?
Well, there should be. He's had a little bit of bad luck here today after a lot of good luck yesterday. It's a tough hole as you look down at it from the blimp. The only water hole on the course. The water hazard really not in play unless you drive into the rough. Slight dogleg right, 471 yards. You could put this hole on any golf course in the world and you wouldn't hurt it. Lehman now with this tee shot. Another good shot with the wind blowing from there left to right. Tom pops it in the fairway. The last 2 winners of the Memorial Tournament. Lehman won in 94, Greg won in 95, and let's go to 7.
Par 3 Redan hole.
183 yards today, and as we've documented all week long, the green slopes right to left, and let's take a look at this 3D animation to really give you a look. There's the green right there, you can see in the checks, and take a look at how much that's sloping right to left, and you add about 11 on the stemp meter to that kind of slope, and you have got a green that will make guys' knuckles turn white. Let's take a look at the back of the green. It falls off even more on the back, just a titch more on the right side. You can see you miss this green to the right, especially today with the pin right, and you have got all you can handle and then some. This hole really reminds me a lot of number 10. 10 I never did quite figure out how to play it, and this hole here I'm not so sure how you played. The ideal thing would you'd cut it into that hook bank, that fall, and it would come down dead. If you ride the thing from right to left, a little draw, you'll just run right off the green every time. So the shot is a sort of a Bruce Liskey, Lee Trevino cut shot if you have it. And you see that hook wind, that compounds the problem. If you can't cut it into that hook wind, it even comes down hotter. Looks pretty innocent, doesn't it? We've got a little extra things going on in this follow through there. Let's see where that goes. Good shot. Came down soft as can be. I think he was giving a little bit of a cut action. That was a 4-iron, and that was a great golf shot, in case you want to know. Watch this. He sets up. He looks like that right elbow is really tucked underneath right there. Beautiful turn away for a tall man. Comes right down. See the face a little open. Then he turns it over. Good swing, Bob. You know, it's a lot like watching a marathon. He looks like, to me, of all the players, he's used up less energy through this much of the race, and maybe he'll be the guy that has the most at the end of the finish.
Johnny Miller, that was a 4-iron, and he did exactly what you said. He just cut that ball right back into the wind, and he just looked over at me and said, "Oh, Cat, I cut it like you do." Hold it into that wind. I said, "Man, Bob, right now I couldn't play that shot if I had to."
What's Phil got here, Dan?
Same iron, 4-iron. He'll probably try to hold this back into the wind with a little draw. He needs to get something going right here. This wind is really gusting up through this little, up around the tee area here, and it's tough. You look out there and you see nothing but big bunkers on both sides, and see if you can regroup.
How's it look?
Well, he's got it going right of the flag, Johnny, and I don't know if the wind's going to catch it and put it back.
Nope, he's got down in that area that we talked about in the opening, and that will require some skill. Of course, he has it. He can do it, but it's a tough shot.
To the par 4 8th, called the Lowlands, the shortest par 4 here at Shinnecock, 367 yards. Second shot for Steve Stricker. Third shot.
Steve, good shot.
And birdie for Stricker. He's +3, within 4 of the lead.
Started at +2. Roger?
Greg's left himself 193 yards to the flag, Johnny. He's right in the center of the fairway with a perfect lie. Wind is coming left to right and against the player. Kenny Navarro coming back in, doesn't like the club he had pulled.
What's he got now, Roger? Do you know?
I think he's gone to a 5-iron. Gonna have to hit this ball awful solid.
You know, he's got to be a little bit spooked with these hit good shots, and you know, then you begin to question your clubs and what do you have to do to get the ball close to the hole or even on the green in his case.
Yeah, he's got to fight off frustration. He's made some good swings that just haven't paid off. Got to catch this one on the button to get it there, though, Dave.
There's only one back.
Slightly right of the flag if it's up. Oh, that's a terrific shot.
He hit it on the button, too, as you said, Roger. Maybe now he'll begin to level out a little bit.
Seems to me he's controlling his flight a lot better. He's brought the ball down some on a lot of
That's what he's been working on, too. Been working on that with Butch Harmon, is controlling the level. That's what got him at 17 at Augusta. You just blew that wedge so far back. Now, what about Tom Lehman?
He's got 192 to the hole. Same club. He has a very piercing ball flight, Dave. It really traps the ball, hits it down low. Actually, sometimes probably doesn't hit it high enough.
His angle not quite as good as Greg's, right? Because he's got to go over the corner of the bunker maybe a little?
Well, no, he's still far enough out in the center. He's got this going right, though. This is going to miss the green right. And short.
And so many people miss it right there. Nick Price did just a moment ago, so Lehman misses the green, and let's go to 7.
Phil Mickelson is at this par 3 with a tough shot.
This is the kind of shot if you were playing somebody, you know, just in a normal round at home and he had this, you'd just smile a little. Because this is very, very difficult. It sort of goes up and over, doesn't it? Dan Pohl, you right there?
Yeah, I'm right here, and he's difficult is not the word for this one. I think he's going to knock down a little. He's going to turn the sand wedge and kind of bump it into the into the bank, Johnny, instead of trying to flop it on the green. His normal play.
I got to go. He's got to go with the flopper. He's too good at it. Is it going to go?
Well, he's really indecisive. I don't know if he's just afraid that it's with his lie that he's got there. It looks like a pretty good lie, but he's in the second cut of rough there, and if he can slide that ball or that sand wedge, that 60 degree that he's got underneath, he should be able to land it pretty softly. But you know, when he's questioning it like this, you know that in his mind it looks like he's going to the flop. So this will be a full swinging. Kind of like an explosion shot that comes out soft. See if he can pull this off.
Probably the best in the game at this.
I would say so. This thing will come out real soft, and hopefully he can land it just about 3 feet on the green.
That's genius at work right there. Absolute genius. That swing was hard enough to hit it 60 yards. We got to take a look at that again sometime.
Boy, is that one great golf shot there.
Let's look at this. Lays it open, takes almost a parallel swing. And look at how, can you believe how straight up that almost hit him in the head?
Well, it takes a lot of guts to even to swing that hard at a short shot like that. That's a great shot.
Ahead to the 8th and Corey Pavin. His second shot. Corey is 4 off the lead, 1 over today to 10.
And the second shot of Davis Love, a rare good lie in the native grasses, 155. Oh, what a shot at 10 for Davis Love. He stands at +1.
What a shot.
Oh, John, back to 7.
2 in a row. Maybe we go for 3 here.
Bob Tway. In a tie with Tom Lehman atop the leaderboard to the 6th.
Back at 6. Lehman's 3rd, looking good. Oh, wonderful shot. Looks like he's going to stay 1 under and tied with Tway, who's just ahead at 7.
Johnny Miller, in the last 2 minutes, how many great golf shots have we seen?
Yeah, it's wonderful. And I think Dave Morrow would concur. It's the guy that can get those up and in from here on to the barn is going to be taking that trophy home with him.
To the 7th.
There you go, Phil.
Spectacular save for Phil Mickelson. Back to 6.
Greg Norman with his putt for a birdie to go into a tie with Tway and Lehman. You can't force these things to happen, as you know. You just got to keep trying to hit as good a putts as you can. Once it's struck, it's in the hands of the man as to whether it's going to go or not.
Well, that's a pretty speedy putt, Dave, moving from his right to left.
Maybe that's what he needs to help him get to the hole. Did he hit it? Right. Just a little too. He hits an awful lot of good putts like that, Roger. Of course, he gives himself a lot of chances, too. So, Norman with a forward 6 is not a bad score there. So, as my good friend Bob Rosberg used to say, the game is on. Who's going to win the U.S. Open in 1995? Will it be that man, or will it be another?
On the 8th tee, Bob Tway.
hole is called the Lowlands. It's 367 yards and a definite birdie opportunity if you could do just that, hit the fairway.
Just ahead, Corey Pavin made par on 8. Now let's go to 10.
And the birdie chip at Davis Love. I kind of stubbed it a little bit.
Boy, and after that great second shot, Bob, that'd be a shame to lose that one.
Back to 7.
Greg Norman currently a shot behind Tway and Lehman for the lead.
Yeah, beautiful view of 7 there. 5, 6 bunkers. One little baby pot there. Roger?
Yeah, this is a 5-iron, Johnny. The wind's kind of gusting up right now, coming back through this tunnel between the trees and the hedges here on the tee box, so we're going to talk about it a little bit.
You could use some of that Hallberg 2 hoppers.
Yeah, that would sort of turbo boost him a little bit. But cannot miss it right. There's not too many people with that shot we just saw from Phil Mickelson. So want to keep the ball at the pin, let it drift. It'll break left and run left of the hole. He's going with a 5-iron, Roger.
11 on the right side. 83 to 94 over on the right side.
Usually when a caddy comes in like that and parks the bag next to the ball, he's really saying, I don't like that club, Greg.
Tony Navarro backing for Norman.
1183.
Going with a big one. You saw he took his driver swing with a 5-iron.
Get up there.
Watch this trickle now. It's a good shot.
Johnny, this wind's blowing hard enough right to left that it's hard to cut this ball back into the wind.
Watch this. You talk about a hard 5-iron. Huge extension. Beautiful set up there. Watch him drive into that ball. Even gave a little extra there right after he hit it. You saw that buckling on the left wrist.
Ahead to 8. Bob Tway. Dan?
Well, Bob's got 137 yards to the flag, but he got a bad break, drove it right in a divot. So he's got to knock down a 7-iron, just choke it and try to bang it through the divot right into the wind.
Doesn't like it.
Well, it's going left, Johnny, and maybe short.
Yeah, it's not the worst spot in the world.
Well, that's a bad break. You drive it right down the slot, and it just happened to be in somebody else's divot.
Could you tell?
I had a 5-iron for Tom Lehman.
That was quite a divot he took there, Roger.
I think he got it a little heavy, John.
Powerful man.
Out of the 8th, Phil Mickelson.
Ball sitting up.
Yeah, 120 yards to the flag with a 9-iron. Oh, that just popped up straight right, Johnny. He's got to get up.
In the bunker right. To 10.
To save par, Davis Love. Oh, nice save. He stays 2 back of the leaders. Bob Tway and Tom Lehman both at 1 under par. Norman at even. Love and Mickelson at +1. In the final round of the 95th U.S. Open. Scoring has been decent in this final round. Not great. Behind that scoreboard, the clubhouse at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Now let's move to the tee at 11. The tee shot of Davis Love today playing 161. Into the prevailing winds, 9-iron. Stay. Will not. Just off the good putting surface at 11 for Davis Love. Back to 8.
Phil Mickelson.
Pretty straightforward bunker shot here, Johnny. You can't really see the flag stick, but he's got a lot of green to work with. He's into the wind, so he should be able to throw that back there probably 6-8 feet short of the flag, and it should check up pretty nice for him.
He's been using his sand wedges a lot this round.
I was going to say he needs to hit some greens real quick. Caught a little heavy. It's got to release.
It's releasing.
Back to 7. Tom Lehman's second shot.
Well, this bunker he's in is a very, very deep bunker, and you can just barely see the front level of the green. Got about 30 feet of green to work with, and will move from his right to left, but uphill all the way. Not a real tough bunker shot. Got it heavy.
Probably his last thought is not go long, Roger.
That's right. You don't want to pass the flag from there.
He can live with that. You can see, watch how far, oh man, he hit at least 6 inches behind the ball. That's unusual for a pro to hit that far behind it.
Got a face full of sand too, John. Those bunker shots into the wind aren't much fun.
As you can see, all the bunker sand is natural, and there are some small rocks. In fact, the USGA, in part of their efforts to prepare the course for open play, removed several truckloads of small rocks. They keep coming to the surface. To the 8th. Third shot for Bob Tway.
Nice little into the wind pitch shot. Will stop right now. Oops, didn't stop. A surprise there. It came in a little hot.
Tway sharing the lead with Tom Lehman. Lehman here on 7 with Greg Norman.
And it looks like it could very easily be a 3-way tie at even par in just a minute's time.
Well, this putt doesn't have a whole lot of break on it, Johnny. It's right back up the hill. And not too much swing from this angle.
It's hard to get it to the hole, though, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, it's slow. It's straight up a big slope.
It's hard to make yourself hit it hard enough to get it there because you're afraid of going 3 feet by and having that ridiculous 3-footer.
Speed.
Nope, short.
Boy, it looked like 5 feet from the hole that it was racing to it, John.
You'd have to catch a flyer. Watch it.
Bob Tway. Back to even. So Tom Lehman owns the lead at -1.
Maybe for just a second or two.
25, the top 25 on the leaderboard do not have a U.S. Open title in their biography.
So somebody is going to be able to say, I've got my first Open championship.
It's not just what is outside, but what will be inside today. So Lehman needs this par putt to stay -1.
Well, about a 15-footer with a pretty good break from right to left, probably 4 inches off the hole on the right side or so.
And again, very slow, huh, Roger?
Yes, up the hill, and if he doesn't hit it hard enough, he will lose it low.
His caddy, Andy Martinez, says if anything, he's too aggressive on his putts.
So a 3-way tie for the lead. No one under par. Lehman, Tway, and Norman even. Assuming, of course, Lehman and Norman make their short tap-ins here. The last Open to be won at even par or higher was 1979 at Inverness. Hale Irwin was even. To the 8th. Phil Mickelson for par. Oh, Mickelson stays at +1. Now that's +2 now for Mickelson, so the short putts aren't falling for anyone.
Well, That hole shrinks up on Sunday of a U.S. Open Championship for most.
To the 11th.
Dick, it's the par 3. We saw the tee shot of Davis Love. A very defensive shot there to this pin. Probably not a very bad play by Davis Love. Back to 9.
Meanwhile, at the 9th, Corey Pavin a birdie chance. He's now +2, only 2 shots from the lead as he makes the turn.
And boy, you give him a little scent of blood, and I'm telling you what, he perks up big time. So watch out for Corey.
Greg Norman share the lead with Bob Tway and Tom Lehman at the 8th tee.
Got it going at the right side. Got a good bounce. Good angle at the flag.
Bob Tway at the 9th.
Want to aim right at the clubhouse. Anything inside the clubhouse boundaries and you got the fairway. They designed both 9 and 18 to do the same thing. Both fairways, the center of the fairway is the clubhouse.
9 years ago, Bob Tway bogeyed 9th, and there was a 9-way tie for the lead, and then Raymond Floyd, who was not one of the 9, would win it. Back to 8.
Really hit that one low. Turning back left in the right center of the fairway, going toward the center. Beautiful drive.
Both powerful men.
Well, Johnny Miller, from the day he first saw Shinnecock 9 years ago, said 9, 10, 11, 12. The fearsome 4. Let's have him take us through it.
Holes 9 through 12 are Shinnecock's answer to Amen Corner. The 447-yard par 4 9th hole is a stern test. The tee shot is aimed right at the clubhouse, and you have to hit the fairway here. A good tee shot is down here in the bottom of the swale and leaves about 175 yards to the middle of the green. If you miss the fairway, you got to lay up down here short of this bank, which rises about 40 feet over the native fescue grasses. A par 4 is a great score here. The green compounds the test of this hole because it has a lot of slope from back to front. Easy to 3-putt this green and cause more problems. When the players cross the street to the par 4 10th, which is just 409 yards, you face a test that I don't think anyone is comfortable with. It's a blind tee shot to a fairway that is crowned, and if you hit it right, it kicks right, and hit it left, it kicks left. If you can't hit the fairway, now you can go to this green, which now goes down into a low right here, the fairway, and rises severely up this bank here, which causes all kinds of problems. It's a very small hitting area. In yesterday's third round, Greg Norman came to the 10th hole 4 under par, but an errant drive forced him to scramble. His third shot reached the crest of the hill, but that was as far as it went. Norman ended up making a double bogey 6, the beginning of a tough back 9. The par 3 11th is a great short hole. You can see it's an uphill shot to a green that is heavily bunkered in the front, and those bunkers in the front are about 9 feet deep. Over the green is absolutely dead. In 1986, Ben Crenshaw had come to the back 9 after making 4 birdies in a row on the front side, but he ran into problems trying to recover from the greenside rough. The 472-yard par 4 12th some days plays like a par 5 if it's into the wind, but the prevailing winds do go downwind, and you can carry this bunker or slide it past here if the winds are behind you into that area here. 9 years ago, Payne Stewart appeared to be in trouble on the 12th during Sunday's back 9, but a great shot from the right rough kept his hopes of a U.S. Open championship alive. If a player pars these 4 holes, he'll definitely pick up several strokes on the field.
And here's how the leaders have played those 4. Tway +1, Lehman +3, Norman +2. Mickelson has played 9 through 12, 4 under par. To the 8th, Tom Lehman. After that big drive.
Now from 122 yards in the dead center of the fairway, wind directly in the player's face. Tom's going with a choke down 8-iron. Probably playing more like 145, John.
He has that penetrating flight that you were talking about. Wants to keep it just right of the pin and just let it drift right on in there. Birdie opportunity.
Drawing back at the flag if it's the right distance.
It's really right.
Whoa, what a beautiful shot.
Ahead to 9, Bob Tway. Second shot.
That's a 6-iron from 176. It's got to move a little bit left. Good solid shot into the middle of the green.
It might get close. Keep running. It feeds over to the left pin if you keep it over on the right side of the green.
Now at 8, Greg Norman, second shot.
Greg Norman from 111 yards going with a choke down 9-iron.
Stay right.
That's the ball to stay right. Beautiful shot.
So Norman and Lehman, who share the lead with Bob Tway, birdie chances at 8. The prize, U.S. Open champion at stake.
Welcome back to Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Greg Norman went through the first 25 holes without a bogey, and now he's gone 25 holes without a birdie. This is for birdie at 8. 26 holes. He stays even and in a 3-way tie with Bob Tway at 9.
Well, Bob's been hitting it in there. Birdie opportunities this front side. He really needs to make one here soon and get his confidence going for the back.
Breaks left. It's really slow there, Dan Cole.
Well, I think him and he looked at his caddy and he said, wow, you know, that's a total misread.
Back to 8.
Tom Lehman.
This is for the lead for Tom Lehman.
Inside right, not much break here at all. Just hit it good and firm.
Ooh.
Norman and Lehman head for the 9th tee. Now, Tom Lehman might not even be here as we look at the leaderboard if Rick Bay was the athletic director at the University of Minnesota when he was offering the golf coaching job there, hadn't said, then you got to sell skis during the winter. And Tom said, no, I think I'll give the game another chance. Let's go to 9.
Pretty straightforward putt here, Johnny.
Good opportunity.
Boy, he just looks like he's quitting on it just a tad, not that fluid putting stroke that we've seen the 3 previous rounds.
The only problem with the putting stroke that has all feel and beauty and all that is that under pressure, you a lot of times lose that, and so the technical putter a lot of times can do better when he's nervous.
So he heads to 10, 3 off the pace. Davis Love. John Schroeder's there.
Well, Davis just hit a beautiful drive and a wedge into this position right below the hole, about 6 feet. Not a whole lot to it. In fact, Franklin Billow putted just before him and gave him a pretty good teach on the line and the speed. Davis playing beautifully, very calm. Said hello to me when I came over to his group, so he's focused, but he's relaxed.
This is to get even, 1 shot behind Lehman. Back to 9.
This ball going up the right side, wind hitting it now, drawing it back.
Good kick off that hill. Should be in good shape.
Real good. Sort of a hot hook, huh, Roger?
Pardon me, John?
Sort of a hot hook he hit there, huh?
Yeah, very low. Ball comes off the club very, very low. Very low driving flight. And as it got out there, it stayed straight for the longest time, then the wind hit it and took it left.
Lehman confident about his accuracy, and of course that is a prerequisite to play well here at Shinnecock Hills.
That's a good stat when you hit it as long as he does and is 33rd in accuracy. That's a great total driving stat. Talk about long straight drivers. This man might be the best that's ever played the game in distance and accuracy with the driver.
Just perfect. Right at the flagpole, turning slightly left. That was killed there, Johnny.
That's a long one.
Up the hill past Lehman. Well, as we await the champion to be crowned here at the U.S. Open, we look ahead in 2 weeks to the championships, Wimbledon. Saturday, July 1st, we begin our coverage here on NBC Sports. We go to 10.
It's the par 4, 408 yards. Bob Tway with an iron.
All right.
Stop ball.
The wind is blowing the drives to that rough over there, Johnny.
Yeah, it's such a crown fairway. It looked like it was routinely in the left center, and it just starts trickling off that crown. It's like driving to the top of your head. You hit it right, it kicks right. You hit it left, it goes left.
The MetLife Blimp Snoopy 1 is navigating the skies above Southampton, Long Island to provide aerial coverage of this final round of the U.S. Open. The Blimp will visit the cities of Boston, New York, Washington, and others this summer. At the 10th, Corey Pavin for a par, and Pavin at +2, hanging around. He's still there. And back to the tee, Phil Mickelson. Two bogeys on the front side, stands at +2.
Two good shots.
As you study what has developed thus far today, one can't help but compare what Corey Pavin is doing and where he stands with how Ray Floyd performed 9 years ago when he moved by a 9-man tie to win the championship, 1 under par.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that still have a chance.
You know, the Shinnecock Links are almost perfect as they present nearly every kind of natural obstacle. Most exacting and fanatical golfer could desire. That was a quote from the New York Herald, August 30th, 1891.
Wow.
Hasn't changed much.
Well, it's a great sight, great championship. Yeah, I sure am enjoying it. I don't know about you, partner.
Oh, we want to thank Owen Costello, the historian here, who's been so cooperative and linking us back to the 100 years plus ago. Now it's going to be a thrilling finish, and many of the 25,000 in the gallery are already trying to assure themselves a position around our tower. Tom Lehman.
Got a little upslope here and might be in between clubs.
Well, Johnny, he had a 6-iron out. 179 he's got to the flag uphill. The wind is maybe helping slightly from right to left, but he'd really have to club it to get it there. It's changed to a 5-iron. I think that's a little more comfortable club. There's a big 9, the hole indicator just to the right of our camera position in the back of the green, which is pretty much right at the center of the green. That's right what he wants to aim it at and let the wind move it over left. Got it started well right of that, the right side, drawing back toward the right side of the green. Got a pretty big kick left.
Gone just over the green, Roger, for a quick downhill putt.
Ahead to 10.
Second shot. Phil Mickelson, Dan Pohl is there.
He's got 177 to the flag with a 7-iron. The wind is really kicking up out here.
Now, one comment, coming into this fourth round, Phil Mickelson had led all participants in this Open in birdies. And here in the fourth round, just 2 bogeys recorded on the front side. 5 of 8 fairways, 4 of 9 greens.
That was a 7-iron. He's got it going way left. Got up in the wind and it just took it straight left.
Back to 9. And Greg Norman's approach into this par 4.
7-iron from 163, ball slightly below his feet. Started it at our 9. The wind's trying to shove it over. Good looking shot from here.
Big birdie opportunity.
2-11.
Tee shot, Corey Pavin, 161. Shortest hole, smallest green, into the wind. We'll have an uphill putt at it.
Pavin in his 12th U.S. Open. Back to 10.
Second shot, Tway.
172 with a 7-iron also. That's going to have to get down. He killed that 7-iron.
Well, the final 10 or 11 holes of the 95th U.S. Open are up next.
Big man from Minnesota and the big blonde from Australia on the 9th green with Tom Lehman, the Golden Gopher, in the lead, -1.
Just off the back fringe. Downhill, this putt is quick. But there's not a whole lot of movement to it from this angle, Johnny. Maybe a little left as it dies, huh?
I don't have much at all. Just a little bit, maybe. Right. I just hit something right there, Roger, and got it ricocheting it right. I don't know, what did that hit on?
I don't know. It caught up on something and shoved it over right, and he's got a tough putt now.
To 10.
Ball in the air of Phil Mickelson, a little chip shot from left of the green in the rough surrounding the green. That left for a par 4. Mickelson at +2. We've seen a lot of magic out of him.
You know, Bob, he has the most trouble with the pitch shots that look the easiest with a lot of green in front of him. He's much better off with having to go over a tree or a bunker or a knob and have to stop it quick.
Back to 9. To pass this most difficult test for a U.S. Open championship requires parts links-style course, capricious winds, and the test of nerves.
And a few birdies.
Well, he needs to start making a birdie somewhere to get a little momentum, John. It's been, as well as he's played, he doesn't really have any momentum.
Let's go ahead to 10.
All right, an equally difficult little pitch for Bob Tway.
What a shot. Slow down now. Very, very fine shot from that fluffy grass.
Back to 9.
This putt will move from right to left. Oh, some 4 inches or so. A real speed putt here. You can pick a number of different lines, Johnny. It just depends how hard you want to hit the putt.
And he's due for a birdie, and I tell you, this place would erupt if he makes it.
Underneath.
To 10.
Mickelson. Reply. No. So that will move Mickelson to 3 over, and here's birdie attempt, Corey Pavin at 11. Up the hill, just not enough speed, so Corey Pavin, +2, he's in the mix. And he's through 11. Now Bob Tway to save par at 10. So Bob Tway will move to +1 with a bogey, ahead to 13.
This is a par attempt for Davis Love III. And no, his approach caught the front right bunker, explosion to there, and then a bogey for Davis Love. It's back to +2, back to 9.
And the leader, Tom Lehman.
This is really a hard-looking putt, straight downhill. Hit it too soft, and the ball got away right. That was a decel there, John.
That was a very difficult putt.
So Norman pars 9, Lehman bogeys, and they're now even for the championship atop the leaderboard. In the clubhouse, the leaders are Jeff Maggard and Neil Lancaster, a not so unrealistic +4.
I'll tell you, stranger things have happened.
Winds, as you see, the flags atop the clubhouse here at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, starching those flags, and we saw what happened yesterday as the hours grew just about to now, toward 4 o'clock. Let's go to 11.
Okay, Dick, it's the par 3 11th, today playing 161 yards. To repeat, is the shortest hole on the course, and it's the smallest green.
What's the wind doing, Bob?
Into them.
And across?
And a little bit left to right from the tee.
Johnny Miller, wouldn't you say that these guys need to get a birdie here? Bob made birdie at 2, and they're just kind of moving along. They're not flowing off each other. You know how in a major, sometimes a guy gets rolling, makes a couple birdies, he'll feed off another guy, and really they just haven't had the times they've been able to go at birdies. They just haven't been able to turn them into it.
Well, a birdie right here sure would help, but you watch U.S. Opens over the years, and it's one more because of the others that get you, the bogeys and the double bogeys. Not too many guys birdie going down the stretch in the U.S. Open, but they got a chance here. It's a tough hole, though. You don't want to go long or left.
That's an 8-iron. It's hanging out to the right. It's got to get down. It's going to bounce back in the bunker.
Back to 10 off the tee. 408 yards. Greg Norman.
Going for it again. He hit it left in the native grasses yesterday. I don't know if he learned his lesson or not. Needs a good one right here.
Yesterday he hit it in the high grass over on the left, and today he blows it down to the bottom of the hill.
That's a great shot. It's a gutsy shot.
Now the other co-leader, Tom Lehman. 5 of 7 fairways, 5 of 9 greens. 14 putts on the front side. Not bad for Tom Lehman in this situation for the U.S. Open. continue final round coverage, or I should say fourth round coverage of the 95th U.S. Open. Greg Norman, Tom Lehman are tied for the lead at even par. And the greenside bunker at 11, just behind Phil Mickelson, Bob Tway. Second shot. That putt's no bargain coming back. Ahead to 12.
Corey Pavin, second shot. And a birdie chance for Pavin, who's only 2 behind Norman and Lehman. Back to 10.
From the green back to Tom Lehman. Roger Moulton, you've seen the lie, you've seen the situation. Assess it, please.
Tom's got 168 yards to the flag, Trump, but this is the very same place Jumbo Ozaki had so much trouble from yesterday. A very deep lie. Tom now switching clubs, going to a 7-iron. This is in there pretty deep. I don't know that he can really get the ball to fly, John. It'll come out with no spin, but I don't think he can get it to jump.
The trouble is it'll come out hot, and if it does land up on by the green, it'll probably hop over the gallery's head almost. So I mean, this is really asking for a lot right here.
It came out nothing. It's going to hit short. If that hill kills it enough.
How about this? Nope.
Oh, it'll stay there.
Oh man, missed out by a foot.
Oh my goodness! What a good shot. That was so close to perfect.
That's why this hole could drive a guy to drinking.
Even a tough Mormon, huh?
I don't know about me, but this hole did everything but that.
Now Greg Norman at the bottom of the hill with a tremendous drive. See how 10 has played. It's ranked second only to the 18th hole in difficulty today.
He can't be 3 yards from where he was yesterday. Trump, when he hit his sand iron, his third shot to the green here and came all the way down to where Tom Lehman's ball is.
He being Greg Norman.
The pin's in the back right, so he doesn't have to flirt with the front of the green like he did yesterday, but this is sand iron from no more than 80 yards, 85 yards.
Roger, in the 86 U.S. Open, he bogeyed 10 on the second, third, and final round. This year, he bogeyed it Friday, he double bogeyed it Saturday.
Wind really coming in, gusting in behind the player's back now. Left of the flag.
Stayed on, Roger.
Not an easy shot to get that on the green, Trump.
No, it's not. Many have bounced over. Ahead to 12.
And Corey Pavin, the gutty little Bruin from UCLA, for birdie to pull within 1 of the lead.
Boy, they're struck like a guy knows what he's doing. Still got the nerves under control.
Back to 11.
Par attempt at Bob Tway. Remember, he was in the greenside bunker. What a putt. He stays at +1. Norman and Lehman are playing 10 and are tied for the lead. Pavin with a birdie at 12.
And for those of you just joining us here at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club on Long Island, let's go back to the early actions. Second hole, par 3. Bob Tway started 1 back at even par, this for birdie. That ties Norman and Davis Love at the time for the lead. Fifth hole, par 5. Davis Love started +3 for birdie to go +1. Second hole, Greg Norman for par. And that bogey takes him to even. Fifth hole, Phil Mickelson started even, this for birdie.
close. To the 8th, and Bob Tway for par. The 8th, Tom Lehman, second shot. -1, but on the 9th, Lehman for par. Gave the shot back, so he and Norman tied for the lead, even in the championship. Corey Pavin and Bob Tway only one shot back. Davis Love, the third, trails by 2.
Third shot, Tom Lehman.
Ahead to 12, Bob Tway's tee shot.
Big par 4 right here. 472 yards. Downhill, downwind, and he's hit a beauty right up the throat.
Bob Tway's already celebrated one golf championship, his alma mater, Oklahoma State, the NCAA champions. Back to 10.
All right, Greg Norman. Roger Malt, will you read this one for us, please?
About 25 feet Trump downhill. Not a lot of break in this putt. Maybe try to move to his right as it loses speed. Tricky putt to read.
Well, the good news is that's 8 straight pars for Greg Norman. The bad news is he's now gone 28 holes without a birdie. But he maintains his share of the lead with Tom Lehman, who has a very difficult par chip as we move ahead to 13.
Highest point on the course, Bob Trumpy, par 4, 13, 377 yards. Fairway works left to right the entire way, including on the green. And Corey Pavin has hit every fairway today. Back to 10.
Roger, this chip looks tough.
It's really not, Trump. It's back uphill slightly. They're all tough at this stage of the game, I suppose, but this is really back uphill. He's got a pretty good lie. Might go a little bit to his left. It's very makeable. Just hit it a little too hard, left himself some work.
Ahead to 14.
Third shot of Davis Love, the third, currently 2 behind the leaders. His approach was short, and that left for par for Davis Love. Back to 10.
Now the bogey attempt for Tom Lehman. If this putt goes in, he will have bogeyed 3 of the last 4 holes. He birdied 3, he bogeyed 4, he bogeyed 7, birdied 8, bogeyed 9, and this is a bogey attempt.
Johnny, this is the kind of hole that in the practice rounds the players were looking at, and it just didn't seem that hard when the greens were a little soft from the rain and so on and so forth, but it's become just a bear cat as the days have passed on.
Yeah, this hole just, like I said many times, this is the hardest hole to me on the golf course. I just never am sure what I want to do. And this, like you said, he doesn't want to be missing this one because he'll start losing pace with what this is all about today if he doesn't watch out.
Inside left edge. Firm. Good putt.
A bogey 5 for Tom Lehman, and now, as the last group walks off the 10th tee, Greg Norman is at even par and leads this 95th U.S. Open.
Corey Pavin from 138 yards, a little 7-iron knockdown shot just short of the green. The wind is really starting to influence all the shots now. It's back up to at least the velocity there was yesterday.
Americans without a major title. Tour wins Corey Pavin, Davis Love, 5 for young Phil Mickelson, 2 Tom Lehman. Everyone keeps saying each year, well, will this be the year for Pavin to win his major? And a lot of predicting the PGA out in Los Angeles where he's already won. But maybe it's going to be right here on Long Island. Let's go to 12.
That was Bob Tway from 166 with an 8-iron, going right at it.
Birdie chance for Tway on this par 4-12.
And that was a huge par putt he made at 11. That could be one that will give him some confidence, give him a chance to make that putt on 12.
To the par 3-11.
Greg Norman dropped out of the lead with a bogey at the second hole. He's now hung around and has inherited the lead again. Johnny, look at this green.
This is the opposite green of the Rudan hole, which is number 7. It slopes right to left. This one goes left to right, and it has a low right in the middle of it. You can see it, sort of a hollow right down the middle. It slopes on the right side, it goes left, the left side, it goes right. And so if you miss it short-sided, when we say short-sided, if the pin's right and you miss it right, the grass going away from you, the green is, you got no chance almost. So you don't want to short-side this green. Watch it from the side. Boy, you talk about some undulation and deep bunkers. This is quite a green. See that little fall off on the edge there? So you don't want to go long left, Greg Norman, or right.
161.
It's an 8-iron. He's got it going left to the flag. Watch out.
Nope, that's exactly where you don't want to go, guys. Saying no way. That's really not good. Let's put it that way.
No, it's worse than not good. That's awful.
Well, the wind kind of switched on him. It was left to right, and while his ball was in flight, the flag switched to straight down, and it held that ball from cutting back to the right, John.
But you never want to hit too much club here. You know, this hole, everything underneath the hole is just fine. You can always play it, and don't miss it on the side the pin's on. Those two combinations. Of course, easy for me to say in my air-conditioned spot up here.
Trying to win his first major on this continent. Greg Norman. First U.S. Open.
Tom Lehman now going with a 9-iron after seeing that shot. And this is going well right. Watch out, bunker's right. Front right bunker.
What a hole, Roger and
oh,
Bob.
It's just such a small green sitting on top of that hill, John. Hard to hit.
Yeah, when you're playing for U.S. Open championship title, it probably gets real small.
Phil Mickelson at 12 for birdie. Great lag. Mickelson is +3, 3 shots from the lead. To 14 and Nick Price.
This is a par putt. And Price will bogey, and he's back to +4. Meanwhile, on 13, Corey Pavin's third shot. And we've seen a lot of players get it close. The pin on 13 much more accessible, and back to 12.
Bob Tway, 1 behind Norman.
Johnny, probably the easiest putt you could have on this particular green.
Well, at this stage, it's just degrees of easy, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. But as far as just a nice hittable putt, you know, you can go ahead and hit this firm enough and it shouldn't run past the hole.
Just inside right edge, I think.
Yeah, it is.
It didn't break.
Tway remains +1, tied with Pavin and Lehman, 1 back of Norman.
I'll tell you,
Let's go to 15 and Davis Love. It's a par 4, 415 yards. Down the hill, dogleg right.
And the one place you don't want to go is in that tall grass to the left, the native fescues, and but Davis is in the primary rough, 156.
Second this year in the Masters, behind Ben Crenshaw, and that emotional, dramatic win for Gentle Ben.
Well, he's got about half in and half out. Pretty good. I think he's all right. As long as he doesn't grab the toe of the club, I think he's all right here. A big wedge. Terrific shot, Davis.
Birdie chance for Love, who is 1 under for the day.
Greenside bunker at 11. Roger?
Well, his troubles are many. He cannot see the surface of this green. Got this bunker shot a little heavy too, John.
Same as
15 feet short, same as number 7.
Same kind of shot. Look at how deep that bunker is, though. That's a tough shot. He wants to keep it underneath the hole. He doesn't want to go long and go down where Greg Norman did. Let's take a look at this. Takes it back outside, which is good. Drops it in. Gets way behind it again, farther than he wants to, but that's sort of erring on the safe side.
All right, Roger, just how difficult is this shot?
Well, this is really a tough shot. He's got a good lie, I'll say that, but he's got a very small area in which to land this ball. I believe he'll try to land it in the tallish fringe. Try to get some steam taken off of it. It'll bounce to his right. From that point, the odds of getting this ball within 8 feet of the hole are pretty slim, John, don't you think?
He is really good at bumping it into the bank, so easy to leave it short, though, the green.
Oh, that's really well done. That is really well done. About as good as you can hope for there.
Greg has a putting green that at his home down in Florida where he chips and putts, but I don't know if he can grow open rough around that green, but he has been marvelous around the greens.
He just, watch him just brush that grass, and he's so good at hitting it into the bank. And that shot just is very difficult under pressure to be able to hit that bank and bounce up, and you can see he's really happy with that shot. You won't see a lot of smiles, though, the rest of the way in. You'll notice that today. When guys make a birdie, it's a tight-faced bit of enjoyment. It's not jumping around and smiling like it's nothing.
Tom Lehman for par. If you watched last year's Open, and I'm sure you did at Oakmont, and you saw Tom Lehman behind the gallery ropes in the playoff, watching his good friend Lauren Roberts compete with Colin Montgomery. And the eventual winner, Ernie Els. Now Tom Lehman is center stage. Roger, how about this one?
Uphill from about 18 feet. It's off the hole right. Probably move left about 3-4 inches from here. Very makeable putt, and he needs to make it.
For Tom Lehman, that's now 4 bogeys in the last 5 holes. To 13.
On the tee, Bob Tway, elevated tee, par 4. Narrow strip of fairway, winding left to right, and Bob Tway has found it.
The leaderboard, Greg Norman presently at even, followed by Pavin and Tway, and behind that leaderboard, the green at 11. Roger?
Well, this putt from this angle really doesn't break too much. Might move to his right slightly. Just about left edge if he wants to hit it lightly. If he wants to hit it inside the hole, he has to hit it firm, which is kind of a scary proposition from here. But not much movement. What a great save. That's a great 3.
That's now 9 straight pars for Greg Norman. He leads the Open without having made a birdie in the last 29 holes.
Great stuff.
Well, Greg said yesterday that total compliment to Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. It tests every element of your game. You go out there knowing you have to use every shot in your bag and then test what you have inside. Oh, it's answering that call again today. This marvelous links layout. To 13. Bob Tway.
Hands up front. He takes his hand off the club.
And well beyond the hole location, which Johnny is just 6 paces off the front and back to 12.
Norman on the tee. Still in the lead. 1 ahead of Pavin and Tway.
Going left.
It's all right.
To 15, Davis Love.
Oh, what a good looking putt that was.
So that'll be for Love's par. He's +2.
And from behind the back of Corey Pavin, dead downwind, second shot, very demanding at the par 4 14th. John Schroeder is in the fairway.
148 yards to the front edge. He's got to land it just at the front or just short. Probably hitting a 9-iron. Depends on the bounce. Pixie.
And it's bounced on the green, but just rolls back. Very difficult. Second shot to hold. Corey Pavin playing 14. Greg Norman on 12. He has the lead by 1.
This is NBC.
To 13.
And Bob Tway's long, lengthy birdie attempt. Sharp right to left breaker. And he'll have that for par. Back to 12.
Greg Norman's second shot on the first cut. Roger.
Ball sitting down a little bit, 174-yard 9-iron. Got to watch this one getting through the green. Pins all the way in the back, but this is a hot lie here, Johnny.
"13 men right now within 4 strokes of Norman."
Going right of the flag.
Well, you weren't kidding, Roger. That thing really went down.
It was a heater.
That's a 472-yard hole, and a 9-iron was too much club.
Norman's car today, bogey 2, was unlucky on 1, hit the flagstick, and was challenged to make par. And it's been that kind of day. Just 1 over for Norman. Now Lehman.
169 yards, this an 8-iron. Excuse me, that was a 9-iron. Good looking shot.
That's a good one. Stop the bogeyman.
To 14.
And Corey Pavin's birdie try.
Doesn't break, Corey. Looks like it breaks, but it doesn't.
Has to turn, he says. MetLife, blimp, Snoopy 1. Continuing to fly the skies above Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, powered by a couple of twin engines, reaching speeds of 60 miles an hour. can navigate at altitudes in excess of 6,000 feet. Back to 12 and the leader.
Yeah, the Sharks fan is still up. He leads by 1 over Pavin and Tway.
Could be very short-lived from that position he's in. I can't tell about the lie, but could be a 2-shot swing here with Norman and Lehman. Lehman could make birdie, Norman bogey from there. But he can't even find the thing. Where is this thing?
Not much green to work with either, Johnny.
Well, he made a miraculous par on the last hole. If he pars at this hole also, someday he might look towards those 2 up and ins as being the ones that did it. Roger, you right there?
I'm just now examining his lie, and it's sitting deep in the ball. The grass has grown against him, John. This is a pretty tough lie right here.
This is when you need heavy hands. This is and some strength. You don't think so, but this is when you need to grip it firmer and just power and impact, power it through. You just can't give in to that grass.
You can see how firm the practice strokes is that he's taking, John. He's gonna have to really hang on to this one and pop it.
Almost got to be almost lucky to get it close here. He can do it though. That's a smart shot, Roger.
Well, it gives his chance for his putter to save him.
Let's take a look at this. Watch it impact. Let's see how he penetrates through it. Yep, it keeps it going. See how he doesn't break down? Again, you kids out there, see how he keeps the same position he was at impact and address on the follow-through. Hasn't flipped it.
Ahead to 14.
On the tee, also an elevated tee, Bob Tway. 444 yards. Gradually working uphill to the green. Downwind today, and Bob Tway has caught it left.
I don't think that'll be too bad. It's way down there.
Back to 12.
What's he got there?
Well, it's about 7-8 footer, John, and just not much movement around this hole, really. It's pretty level back here. May try to eke just to his right, but I certainly think it's inside the cup.
I agree. A little slow. Whoa, was that cool?
The 36-year-old Tom Lehman is still part of this U.S. Open picture. 1 off the lead. Now Norman, can he save par?
How many putts does it seem that he's had like this, John, in the last 2 days?
Enough to wear me out.
My goodness.
He misses this, we got a 4-way tie for first.
This
I mean,
putt doesn't
Pavin,
do
Tway,
much.
Lehman, and Norman. Excuse me, Roger.
This putt doesn't do much either. It's about left edge putt. We'll try to eke a little bit to his right, but if he gets it outside the hole with any pace, I don't think it'll take the break. Four-way tie for first should he miss. Just didn't quite have enough speed on it, John, and just leaked away. Wasn't a bad stroke, just didn't quite have enough pace.
So for the first time in the championship, Corey Pavin finds himself on the top of the leaderboard, joining Norman, Tway, and Lehman at +1. And a reminder, 5 of the last 10 U.S. Opens went to a playoff, so it's a 50-50 chance that we might see 2 men there after 18. Move ahead. 16.
16 and Davis Love. This is third shot from 79 yards. This looks like a simple shot, but it isn't. A flagstick only on the green by 12 feet.
Hit it 95. Yesterday you kind of
And just a nice wedge, Dave Marr, and a one putt for another guy tied with the lead.
That's right, John, but what he needs to do is blow it by the hole and left to the hole.
Oh, it's beauty.
Perfectly played by Davis Love, and if he makes that, he will join the other 4 at +1, and it'll be a 5-way tie. And let's go back to 15T.
Corey Pavin.
That doesn't stay in the fairway. It's unbelievable.
It's good, Corey. Relax.
It did. As tenacious a competitor as there is on tour, Corey Pavin at 35 seeks his first major. To 13.
13th tee, the par 4, 377 yards. Tom Lehman, 1 of 4, tied for the lead.
Starting it right, drawing it back toward the fairway. Good looking drive, should catch the right side of the fairway.
And it has, Roger. And a 14, second shot of Phil Mickelson on the par 4. Downwind. Mickelson currently +3, and look at this. And Mickelson has a makeable birdie putt at 14. Back to 13T, Greg Norman.
Got it going left. Going well left. Big pull.
Yeah, it's in the native fescues, Roger.
So Greg Norman coming off the bogey at 12 to produce a 4-way tie in the fescue at 13. Now 14. Second shot, Bob Tway.
Wants to land it just on the front edge. This green is very firm.
And watch this ball roll.
I think this green holds less than any green on the golf course, and it was the same way in 1986.
It's like a wind tunnel at 14. I think it really dries out that green even more, Johnny, as we take another look at this leaderboard. Norman, Pavin, Tway, Lehman. Love just a shot back. Mickelson has a birdie putt at 14. And the rest of the challengers on this Sunday, Father's Day at Shinnecock Hills. Scott Simpson, former Open champion, in at +8. And now Bob Tway, his third. Well short, and he'll have a lengthy putt to save par. Bob Tway, who got into this championship through sectional qualifying, shot a couple of 69s just to be here and get in position. And we'll head to 15.
Corey Pavin's second shot.
Dick.
Yes.
This is John Schroeder. Corey now knows he's tied for the lead. On the 14th tee, they had to wait between Tom Lehman's putts and Greg's putts, so he's well aware that he's in a 4-way tie. He has 131 yards to the flag, 110 yards to the front of the green. Looks very calm to me when I told him that he was in fact tied. He said, thanks. Off he went.
What's the wind doing, John?
Pretty hard left to right, Johnny, and just slightly helping.
That was a cool, calm, collected look right there on his face. I don't know if you noticed it, but
Pavin in position to take the lead. Back to Norman.
And Norman's predicament, second shot. Roger?
142 yards from the tall native fescue grass, and this ball could go anywhere. Not terrible, but we have a clump behind it. Ooh. And that clump got him, came out fat and heavy. Short and well left.
Well, if there's any good news, the whole location is front for Greg. Let's bring in David Fay now. David?
Well, the USGA has a slow play policy, and it calls for groups to stay in position to one another and play in about 3 hours and 40 minutes. Now, if a group starts lagging behind the group ahead and they're taking more than the allotted time, they'll be informed and timed, and that's what's happened to Norman and Lehman. They were 8 minutes over their time through 12, and they're over a hole behind Mickelson and Tway. Now, once a group is put on the clock, if a player on 2 occasions takes more than 40 seconds to play a shot, he'll be penalized 2 strokes. Now, the timing begins when it's the player's turn to play, and he can play without distraction or interference.
All right, thank you, David. You saw Tom Lehman's second shot over the green. Back to 14. Bob Tway for par.
and this putt does not go left, and it looks like it does. Oh, he read it good.
On the edge, ahead to 16.
And Davis Love, he's already backed off of this once. Now this is just a straight in firm putt to get a tie for the lead. Oh, and he either pushed it or played the break. Doggone, he's missed a bunch of short putts this week. Davis stays 2 over and 1 stroke out of the lead.
14, Mickelson for birdie. He's got it. First birdie of the day for Phil Mickelson. And he's just a shot back at +2. Meanwhile, Greg Norman in a 3-way tie at the top of the board. His third shot, Roger.
Gonna play a bump and run here from about 30 yards. Landed short of the green and will kick to his right. He landed that ball on the green, and you've seen what's happened. I'm sure he was trying to land that ball short of the green.
So Norman will have a lengthy par putt to avoid 2 straight bogeys. Still birdieless since number 18 on Friday, but has still managed to stay at the top of the leaderboard. As we look down on this 13th green, Tom Lehman has found his way through the chipping area quickly to 15 though.
Phil Mickelson
from the elevated tee here at 15, 415 yards, crosswind, and that's a wonderful tee shot, Phil.
Mickelson 1 of 6, a stroke from the lead.
And he just hasn't made a putt all day until the last hole, so that's good news for Phil.
13.
Tom Lehman, his third.
Bump it into the bank in front of him. From there, he goes downhill, breaking to his left.
Not bad
That's
at all.
really well done. That's really a good play from there, Dan.
Lehman coming off the birdie at 12. And we'll go to 15.
Rory Pavin. This is for birdie and would give him sole possession of the lead.
If there's an easy putt, Dick, this is it on this golf course. It's straight uphill, right to left break. He doesn't have to worry about the ball getting away from him. Just got to pick his line, and he can be fairly aggressive with this.
Maybe right edge, John Schroeder?
Depending on the speed, yes, Johnny. Ian Woosnam just putted before him, and he got a pretty good read on the line.
Norman's par attempt. Just off the right edge.
So in a matter of an instant, Norman with a bogey drops
to +2, and Pavin with a birdie is even and takes the lead.
How quickly fortunes change. That was a beautiful putt. I mean, I thought he made it. I think it would break left at the hole and just hung out there.
New updated final round, 95th U.S. Open in its centennial year. High drama. Long Island, New York.
Tom Lehman now will try to stay at +1 in that three-way tie.
Not too much from here, just inside the hole putt.
And stays one behind Corey Pavin to 17.
Davis Love's tee shot at 17 today, playing 173 yards. And not enough club. Didn't hit a real good shot there. I'm sure a little carryover from missing that short putt here at 16. Corey Pavin at 16 tee. The man in control, I would say. And when he gets near the lead, this fellow does not back off. A lot of things got to be going through Corey's mind now. Of course, he just gets reminded all the time he's the best player that hasn't won a major, so he's got his chance right here.
And Dave at 35, that gets pretty tough to swallow. He's been close, as you can see. Last year, PGA finishing runner-up, and he has battled his way through this championship just as Ray Floyd did on the final day 9 years ago at Shinnecock.
And those birdie strokes he put on number 11 and 15 were just, boy, you talk about it with some authority, just pop them right in there. There's no doubt about him.
He's the only man in the final 5 pairings today to play under par. And now is at the par 5 fifth.
Stay a little right to left there. Yep. Get your line.
So I think he was waiting just for the group in front to clear. Burplank and Stricker just ahead of him. Well, Corey, let's make a little 5-3-4 and see if they can catch you. Sounds easy, I know, but this 16th hole, you better put it in the fairway your first 2 shots. There you have a look at Corey's card. And 2 birdies on the back, just a birdie and bogey on the front.
Hit a nice strong fade, Dave, right at the bunker at the right center of the fairway. It's going to be well short of it. In play.
Well, as you know, John, from playing in Open Championships, that's what you want. Boy, he wants a lot of fairways and greens from here to home. Ahead at 17, Davis.
Bob Tway's second shot at 15.
Nice little hop there.
Tway 2 behind Corey Pavin.
Johnny, that little putt that he made back there, Phil Mickelson, he showed his first sign of emotion today. He's back into it, and he hasn't made anything, but that putt brought a little life back to him. He's only got 123 yards to the hole. This is just a smooth little pitching wedge, a lot of spin on it. Perfect spot for him. He's got to go right of the flag. He's going to have to get down.
So Mickelson through the green at 15. Corey Pavin, they call him the Bulldog. He has his teeth into this 95th U.S. Open.
From the fairway bunker, Greg Norman's second shot, par 4, 14th.
Pitching wedge from 142 yards, Dan.
Good shot.
Dead downwind, object bounced the ball in front of the green. Norman has done that. And after 2 straight bogeys, which have cost him the lead, he'll have a chance at birdie to 15.
And Phil Mickelson's 3rd shot.
Tough little pitch here, Johnny.
Sure is. But again, I like his, when he has not much green to work with, usually he's at his best.
Oh, good touch, good touch.
To 14. Second shot on the way for Tom Lehman.
Pitching wedge from the short rough from 140 yards. Hit very soft, a little bit of a bad break there, really.
It is short. And to 16 we go.
Second shot to Corey Pavin. This was a 3-wood. He must put it in the fairway. And you can tell from that little fist, he did just what he wanted to. A nice low burner right at the top of the hill on the flat spot there. Good position for Corey Pavin. Let's go to 15.
Bob Tway. Chance to move within 1 of Pavin. He'll accept par. Let's go back to 14.
And there is Greg Norman. It has been 31 holes since Norman has had a birdie. He's in position for one at the 14th green, trailing Corey Pavin by 2 shots. And the putts per round for Greg, not quite as well today. Through 13, 22. Needed just 25 in the spectacular round on Saturday, which had him getting up and down from everywhere. As you look at some of the other scores, Tway and Mickelson have both tapped in for their pars, and they're both +2, 2 behind the leader Pavin. And there is Tom Lehman, who came up short in his approach to this par 4 14th.
And this putt here is from the front of the green. It moves right all the way, and probably about at his caddy's feet would be just fine. And it's not the kind of putt you're probably thinking about making, but stranger things have happened. 1 behind Corey Pavin at 1 over par.
Lehman will have that to remain at +1. And now this is pretty big, Roger, for birdie to get back within 1.
Well, this putt right here, I'll take over for Roger. Greg, of course, is just underneath the hole. He sort of saw that the ball moves left or right because Lehman's putt. So just a little bit of a slider, Greg. You need this one big time. The wind is freshening. See his pants? Makes it tough when the wind's at your back. Wants to push the ball to the right.
And 32 holes without a birdie for Norman. Ahead to 16.
Third shot of Corey Pavin, and John Schroeder's right there.
108 yards to the front edge, David. The pin is on 6 paces. based on the way Corey's been hitting his shots, he's going to take a little 9-iron and hit a little low skimmer in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't try to carry it past the flag.
You better.
And spin it back.
You better, because anything short of that hole spun back off the green. It's not dead yet. It's going to move. It's going to keep moving toward the hole. Been doing it all day. Watch this. Keep moving. Ooh. Okay, Corey Pavin. And he could get to 1 under. Lehman made his par, and he could get to 1 under where Raymond got to 1 under in 86. Will Corey Pavin win his first major? Don't go away. There's lots left. Lehman still a chance. Norman. Oh man, what a tournament. So with Corey Pavin, with this birdie putt at 16, maybe the biggest, I think certainly the biggest putt of his professional career, could give him a little breathing room. At the moment, a 1-stroke lead. And of course, this is where in 86, Raymond made a wonderful birdie coming down the stretch in his final round 66 to get the 2 strokes. Always nice to have an extra stroke in hand. Now, John Schroeder, you looked at that putt, and I've watched this thing for 4 hours up here today, and generally the misses have been to the right. It seems to break out more than it looks. What did it look like to you?
Well, I stood just on the other side of the hole from Corey, and it looks to me like at the cup. It almost looks like if I was putting from behind the cup, I'd want to go to my right, which would be to Corey's left. But it doesn't. So it must swing very quickly at the first part of the putt.
Yeah. Well, if you had to have a guy putt one, this would be it. All right, this for a birdie and a 2-stroke lead. I have seen that time and again. Man. Well, still the lead. It'd be nice to have 2 in hand. We go to Tom Lehman.
15. Pavin knows the big hitters are behind him in that par 5 waiting for them.
And Pavin has no idea how many bullets he's dodged so far. People missing putts everywhere and not taking advantage of opportunities, and that's why he's leading.
Lehman in the fairway. Let's go to 18. Second shot for Davis Love.
190 yards. Watch out for that lip. And it hits it. And now he's in fescue grasses, a couple feet long. He's got about 132 yards from there.
Back to 15. Norman on the tee.
Takes a mighty lash at it. A good one. His tee shots have been good, Dick. It's just from there on in, it's been his problem. He hasn't gotten the right clubs. Of course, Corey Pavin here walking over to the 17th tee, and they're using the right tee, as you know, Dave Marr, which is the tee they used in 1986.
Right. Twice they used the new one, which is fine. Flag stick today, of course, 18 feet from the left-hand fringe, so with the wind blowing across, no easy shot by any means. This is a very strong hole at 173 yards. See a lot of bailing out to the right. And of course, you see Lehman playing 15, Norman playing with him. Norman needs to make a birdie somewhere. And of course, this man is such a competitor. I know Dick Enberg. What do you call him? The gritty little Bruin or something like that?
The GLB, the gutty little Bruin.
That's right. And we'll go back to 16 where Mickelson is looking for his ball, and this hole has, as you can see from that, with a 7 the first round and then 2 6s. This is a hole he'll remember a long time, because if he just made 3 5s, he would be 2 under par. This is third shot. If it's as deep as it looks, I don't know if he can get this on the green.
Dave Marr, that was from 108 yards, and the grass just grabbed the hosel and turned it right over. Now he's going to be working his guts out to get a par on this hole.
We'll move over to 17T. Corey Pavin with the honor.
Dave Marr, this shot does not match his flight very well.
I know, and that's especially with the flag stick in the left side of the green, but you just want to put it on the green here. And he's a master at inventing some little shot, as you know. So
it'll be interesting to see if he, with a slice wind and a hook pin and a slice trajectory, what he's going to do here, because they do not match.
I think to hold the ball on the green, Johnny Miller, he's got to play some kind of a draw or hold shot back into this swing, because if he plays that low fade, it'll skim through the green. If it gets away from him even more, it could go in that bunker. He's got to play an aggressive type of shot just to keep it on the green. That's what he's done. He's tried to turn it back into the wind.
Stay on the green. Stay on the green. Stop.
Well, it's not on the green, but that's okay. Just in the back fringe.
It's a 15 and Lehman's second shot.
One behind Pavin. The green falls away there, as you can see. Another one of those edges that the ball just creeps and rolls right off.
Rolls like it has a heartbeat.
Third shot of Bob Tway. Looked like a little up shooter. Oh, and he just catches it back left bunker. He's got a tough shot now. 15.
Norman's approach shot.
Going with the pitching wedge. Oh, that's a good one. That'll get him one back.
Norman currently 2 behind the leader, Corey Pavin. 1 from Tom Lehman, who's in second place. There it is. Pavin by 1 over Lehman. Lehman 1 ahead of Norman, Love, Mickelson, and Tway. Neil Lancaster with a record-setting 29 on the backside today. U.S. Open record. Now to 18 on tape. Davis Love's third shot out of the tall hay.
From 75 yards. And he's got it from right down there. It's fourth shot. And his travails continue.
Back to 16.
Fourth shot of Phil Mickelson, and he's down there pretty deep. They took a little while just to find it. This will test his skill with this little flop shot. No, better go, Phil. Man, don't ask him what his favorite hole here at Shinnecock Hills is. 2 over for today's round, and about to drop 2 shots here again. That's 5th shot coming up. Let's go to 15.
Tom Lehman for birdie and a share of the lead.
This one back up the hill will break from his right to left and be aggressive with it. Gotta hit it.
So Lehman will stay at +1. The goal for Lehman and Norman to 16.
Bob Tway, his 4th shot. They got too cute with it. Just had to get it out on the green, but just softened into it and left it there. Let's go back to 15.
Greg Norman
3 holes ahead after this 15. And a chance for birdie for Norman.
Well, just a little over 3 feet inside the hole on the right. Just hit it firm.
Norman's within 1 to 17.
And Pavin the leader. This is approach. It's slowed down Corey. Well, got a little frisky coming out of there, so he leaves one. Leaves the kind you may not want. But this is a very tough player, Corey Pavin. Of course, he's not making it any easier on himself or his fans either, I'll tell you. Whew. So he needs that par putt to keep his lead. And this is Tway's 5th shot. He rides on by the hole. So both he and Mickelson having a lot of problems here and just really blowing out any chance that they may have had. At this point, Mickelson now, his 5th shot. This just moments ago. So that's 5. So into the, if he 2-putts that, he will have played this hole. I can't even add this out. Let's see, 14 and 12 and 26. 6 over par. That's if he 2-putts. We'll go back to the tee now, where Greg Norman finally, after making a birdie, first birdie since the 18th on Friday. And this is your last good chance for a birdie, Greg, right here. 544 yards right into the teeth of this wind. Right at the clubhouse, yep.
You got to get this ball in the fairway or it's really a long hole. Good looking drive going up the left side of the fairway. Just in the extreme left portion of the fairway. Good tee shot.
Corey Pavin to keep the 1-shot lead. This ball should move a little to Corey's left. Courage. Character. Back to 16 tee.
Tom Lehman's chosen a 3-wood here. Try to keep the ball short of that fairway bunker on the right-hand side. Got it going a little right. I can't see where that's coming to rest, but it's well right at the bunkers.
It's in the bunker.
It's in the bunker, Roger. Okay, boy, and what a day it's been. What a tournament. The golf course, of course, winning this tournament again. Corey Pavin with a 1-stroke lead. Will he finally win his first major? Can Norman catch him or Lehman?
Davis Love, disastrous 18th. Finishes +4, a 71 today. There were high hopes early, but they faded down the stretch to 16.
Second shot, Lehman. Got a good lie, Roger?
He's got a very good lie, David, but I haven't seen anybody make par out of this bunker yet. I've seen Azinger make 6 from it and Jimbo Ozaki make 7 from it. Going with the 4-iron here. Oh, he's got it going right. And the primary rough on the right. Gonna be a long shot from there.
See the UCLA Bruin cover is Corey Pavin waiting for his turn on the 18th tee. It's got to be tough to swallow right now.
The Bruins are having a good year, huh? Basketball, now golf, maybe.
Meanwhile,
second shot of Greg Norman.
Good looking shot. Right in the middle.
Absolutely perfect. Just where you want to be. Take a little wedge from there, maybe a little 9-iron, depending on what kind of shot he wants to play, and sorely in need of a birdie. As you can see the standings, Norman a stroke back. Lehman struggling here a little at 16. Going to have to go some to make a par. Mickelson, of course, made the double bogey here. Haas finished. Davis Love finished 4 over. That's a good score. Big score. Corey, of course, waiting at 18T could be a little bit of a problem, John.
Yeah, you hate to wait when you have a little bit of momentum going, and it just builds. These coaches in basketball don't call these timeouts when a guy's got a free throw for no reason. So for him to be sitting here and all the things that go through your head, the first major, it's a tough hole. Just let me hit, okay? So he's going to be able to hit in about the next minute, though. The group ahead of him has cleared out now. They're starting to walk away. This hole sets up pretty good for Corey. He's hitting that little low slider, and it's a hook wind, so he can just aim right down the middle and to be able to keep it in play.
See how he's done in the tournament. Johnny, it's inspiration to men who aren't as big and strong as many of the players today. Corey Pavin is next to last in driving distance in this championship, yet he is a great shot maker. He stayed in the fairway today, and here the little man has a chance to win the big title.
That's why I think golf is the greatest game of all. It's not just big, strong people playing. It's people that are smart, know their limitations, use their head.
Going a little right, Johnny.
Fairway.
Going a little right, and not very far.
Yeah, it's okay, John Schroeder. It's going to be a long second shot.
That ball definitely was not going to go left.
To 16.
Lehman looking over his third shot. He took a club out. Now he's changing. Roger, what about it?
He's got 139 to the hole, David, but it's really deep here, and the grain of the grass is growing against him. I don't believe he can reach the green with this shot. It would be a superhuman effort.
Well, he's a strong man.
He is a strong man, but he's going to really have to gouge it. Just laid it up the fairway, Johnny. Probably a pretty wise play. Try to make 5 that way.
Well, I haven't seen anyone knock it on the green out of any of this rough here today on this particular hole. I mean, they've made some horrendous scores. Now, what about Greg's shot?
Well, Greg's left himself a perfect angle at the flag. He's got about 100 yards to the flag. Wind gusting right at him. I believe he'll go with the pitching wedge and just try to keep it down, David.
He's got to knock it by the hole, Rogers. Anything short of that hole today, and especially the way he spins it, spin back off the green. So to give himself a chance, you can see that wind snapping that flag, too.
Dave, when he switched to this new brand of ball, he doesn't spin it back much anymore. You watch. His ball is not spinning like it used to.
John, the wind's blowing so hard here, and it's such a slope behind the hole, I don't think you could stop it from spinning back.
Well, I'm just saying, he does not spin it like he used to.
Doesn't sound like it.
Kind of going right at the flag. Get up.
That's off the green.
Hit right into the bank.
Yeah, but John, even anything, say 6 feet on the green is spun back all day. I mean, the wind's blowing so hard that it just takes it right back. Now, he doesn't have too hard a chip from there if he's got a good lie, though. But you didn't give yourself the best opportunity to make birdie. You can see he's just saying, no, not that mistake. Man. Lehman's fourth shot.
Just inside 80 yards, going with the sand over it.
That's off the green also. I mean, anything shorter than flag stick today is just gone back off the green. Over at 17, Phil Mickelson, this for a birdie. Phil to 3, over for the championship. Come on, finally. Well, in a day where he started and missed a couple of short putts and got off to a shaky start, you know, it might make him feel a little better, and there will be other opens for Phil Mickelson, I'm sure. Man of the moment is playing 18.
Corey, of course, still pacing this off, just probably double and triple checking this yardage to make sure there's no way he's getting anything wrong. When he hits a shot, he wants to know that he's got it right. He's still waiting for the green to clear.
Johnny, he's got 210 yards to the very front of the green from his ball, and the flag's on 19.
Back to 16.
There's going to be a lot of guys taking their time. Roger, when you went by, did you get a good look at Greg's lie?
He's got a good line, David, no problem at all, but it's straight uphill. It's just a matter of getting into the hole, really. There's not much break from this angle at all.
No, there isn't. And he's got his, so you know he thinks he's going to chip it in, or at least give himself the best chance possible when he has Tony take out the flag stick. That for the tie, and he left it short. That's real slow going up there. Well, got a little one left for his par to stay one back of Corey over at 18 fairway.
Pavin contemplating this approach shot.
He's got a pretty much dead downwind, doesn't he, John Schroeder?
It's downwind, but it's pretty much, a little more right to left, I would think, Johnny.
Well, at the flag, the flag stick here, it's pretty much maybe a titch down and to the left, but
Well, standing here in the fairway, I just threw up some grass and it's basically directly across on his line. It may switch up there by the green because you got that hill maybe funneling the wind a little differently. He's got a wood out, probably a little 5-wood, which he's a very, very fine fairway wood player. Actually, it played to his advantage. He can set that thing up in the wind and hold it. A little fade, hold shot.
The main thing he wants to do here is not really miss it above the hole, off the green. He wants to land it just on the front edge, and probably his main concern now is just to make a good solid swing, good contact, and good thoughts.
Beautifully struck there, right at the flag.
Watch out for this one. This is a shot of his life. In his wildest dreams, he couldn't have hit it any better.
Corey's very religious.
Still does not know how close that ball is.
a shot.
Let's take another look at this. This is a shot of a lifetime. Very crisp, aggressive swing. Never left the flag. Hit in a nice flat spot. And it is tracking right at the hole. If it didn't break, it had gone in.
Racing was Pavin to see where the ball landed because it's impossible from his angle, and now he knows.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Meanwhile,
and while all that was going on, watch what happens at Tom Lehman's 5th shot here. Just watch what happens to this to show you how cruel this green is right now. Of course, he mishit it a little and so forth, but rolls back off the green and he wound up making a double bogey. Greg, on the other hand, had this for a par 5. But all of a sudden, 2 strokes back. So we go to 17T at 173 yards.
52 to K? Yeah.
Beg your pardon, he's just 1 stroke back. At the moment, I've already given Corey his putt. I was asking his caddy Tony 162 to carry the bunker. So he knows, and he knows from all that went on over at 18, that Corey hit a good shot. So he's got to take a little gamble here and shoot more at the flag maybe than he would like to.
This is going to be a 6-iron, Dave.
Seems to be the popular club, 6-iron.
Way right, headed toward that right bunker.
Not even close, Roger.
Way right, right off the get-go, Dave.
That's
meanwhile at 18, Corey Pavin with his chance for a dramatic birdie after one of the greatest shots in U.S. Open history.
Needs to finish this off, though. There's no use putting a shot in there like that and not finishing it off. Putt's inside the hole, inside right side of the hole, and it will not break out of the hole. Right on the edge.
Johnny, I think as he was preparing to putt there, all those blinks that I think the emotion had caught him in this moment. Well, par for Pavin. He finishes at 68 today, in position to win his first major championship. He's playing competitor Ian Woosnam. Norman is still alive, but in the bunker at 17. And remember, Norman has played 18 very tough. He's birdied and had a chance for a birdie yesterday.
He still has to par 17 to give him himself a shot at 18.
Pavin helping up John Schroeder, who lost his footing. John? All that noise, I don't think John can hear us.
Meanwhile, Greg stalking around the 17th. Roger, what kind of lies they got in that bunker?
A lot of green to work with here.
Is the lie okay?
Yeah, the lie is good. He's got a very good lie, and it's got a lot of green to work with. I think Tom Lehman's going to play first. Ball will come out of here and run really pretty truly at the hole. Will break to his right on the way down, but I would say most of the time these guys would get this ball up and down, but on the 71st hole of the Open, a little different order.
Well, he's hanging on, you know, just hanging on.
Can Greg see that leaderboard, Roger? You think he's looking at it?
He's looked at it many times. He took a good look at it on the 13th green, Johnny, on the 14th tee. He looked at it on the way up here. He knows exactly how it stands. And certainly when he heard the groan of Corey missing his putt at 18, he understands.
Good shot there by Tom Lehman. 3 over and 4 over for today's round.
And Roger's not out of the question. This man can knock it right in the hole.
No, it's not out of the question. This is the kind of shot that tracks at the hole. If he gets it started just a little left of the hole, it'll track right at it, John.
Well, you know, with all the bad things that have happened to him, with people holding out, you know, maybe one time he might hold out.
That's a good point.
It would almost seem fitting, wouldn't it? Got it heavy.
Ooh. Well. Take a look. Usually a very good bunker player playing against the wind there. It's the kind of shot you'd really like to have, as Roger pointed out. Just caught it heavy. And there you go. Do that. It's not going to go as far. That be his Open hopes for 95. Got one now he's got to make.
We have to wait till it's over.
For his wife Shannon with her 2 sons. Father's Day. Will it be one to remember for the Pavin family?
Those little kids just don't know what their daddy might just have done, but mother knows.
Mother knows best.
Well, pretty safe to say that Norman has to make this putt to keep hopes alive.
That is for sure.
This one downhill, going to move a little bit to his right, probably a couple of balls off the hole left.
Pavin's lead is 2. Bogey at 17 for Norman. Norman, who lost so many majors, such unlikely fashion. Larry Mize at the Masters, Tway at the PGA Championship, Gomez at Bay Hill, David Frost at New Orleans, sinking shots from off the green on the final hole, and was hoping he might pay back here at Shinnecock Hills. But unless he's got an eagle in him on 18, his hopes are for second place, and that doesn't satisfy him a bit.
Well, the face sort of says it all. He's not given up yet, though.
Good par there by Lehman to stay 3 over. Going to finish good shape this week. Of course, the golf course, nobody under par this year. Nobody going to be under par. So the only man with a chance, Norman, going to AT&T, would have to do what Colin Montgomery did earlier. Make it 2 at the last.
Tough 9, and you pulled it. It's okay.
Hey, buddy. Come here. Oh, you're so big.
I watched you go the whole way down. All right, Austin won. Almost 18.
Yeah.
Okay, you get down. Go get your car.
Around, don't you?
Let's do this cars.
Up there? I'm gonna get your wife on this camera.
It's okay, you don't need to.
All right.
I'm all ready. I don't care what happened. It was a good round. It was a good turn.
To the 18th tee.
Yards of the toughest yardage you'll ever see under open pressure. Tom Lehman has fought a good fight, given it the best he could. Just maybe wasn't meant to be this time.
Hard, you got to come out of there with that. Shot, Tom. Come on, this side.
Good shot there.
Thanks. All right, Greg. Good drive.
Tied for third with Phil Mickelson at 3 under. And now Greg Norman, 2 back of Corey Pavin. And you talked about it, all the shots have maybe been made against him. It is not totally out of the question, even though it's huge odds that he could knock it up there and pull out a second shot. And you can bet he's going to be trying. Wants to put it right at the right side of the clubhouse, ride that wind a little bit. It's coming across.
Right down the mark.
Good looking drive right up the left side of the fairway, John.
Drive, Greg.
Great drive, Greg.
So Norman safely in the fairway. Colin Montgomery eagled from there earlier today. On Father's Day, Corey Pavin and his 9-year-old son, Ryan. He's with us.
You're watching NBC.
Back at beautiful Shinnecock Hills Golf Club on Long Island. And Corey Pavin with that incredible 4-wood is sitting within, well, we have to wait for Norman's approach here, but what a shot.
Yeah, that was a shot I hit on Friday, the same shot, and I just aimed at the right edge of the green and just tried to hit a straight one and let the wind bring it and brought it right to the hole.
That shot really was just tracking right at the hole until it broke right, and that had to be like the shot of your life right there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that was probably the most pressure I've ever felt on the golf course, and I just tried to gather myself out there and just make a good swing and keep working on my routine, the things that I've been doing before.
Well, let's check out Greg Norman and his one last hope. Tom Lehman is away. Roger?
This is 6 iron from 189 yards. John just put it at the center of the green, let the wind carry it left. Certainly had a wonderful Open Championship, hadn't he?
Another good try. Gave it a good shot at the Masters. Now they Open.
Lehman currently tied for third with Phil Mickelson.
Looking back at the flag. What a dandy. Beautiful shot.
Won't come back. Greg Norman would have to knock in this shot to tie Corey Pavin. We've seen only one such instance in this championship, and that was today. Colin Montgomery did just that. And while Corey Pavin watches on our monitors through the window, Greg Norman.
What's he got, Roger?
He's left himself 182 yards to the flag, Johnny.
Take your time and get it started on your line.
He's going with a 7-iron. Really very similar to the shot he had here yesterday afternoon. Tried to send it out to the right, ride the wind. He can see from Lehman's ball just how firm this surface is.
I know how you feel, Corey. I was waiting for John Schley to chip behind the 18th green.
Yeah, this is quite a lot of tension here watching this for me.
How's it look, Roger?
No, the wind's taking it left, going at the left side of the green, missing the green left, I believe.
Corey Pavin, U.S. Open champion.
Thanks.
Does that sound good?
Oh, that sounds so awesome. I can't even tell you how good that sounds to me. I've waited a long time for this.
Championship trophy, and all of those folks that ask you over and over again, or you're reminded constantly the greatest player not to have won a major, that's all gone.
Thank God. I was tired of hearing those questions, and
oh, man.
it kind of wears on you. But you just have to realize, that I was trying my hardest, trying to do the best I could, and I had faith that it would happen, and finally it has. I'm very, very pleased.
When you saw Shinnecock Hills for the first time, did you say this is my kind of course?
Well, I liked it a lot when we got here on Monday, and it was raining, and it kept raining and raining. I was getting more and more frustrated, and I was glad it stopped raining and the course firmed up, because that's why I like to see it out there.
Corey, when you made birdie at 9, as we watch Greg Norman, a salute to Norman, who again made the fight, but fell short. The significance of this championship, Corey Pavin, you played an incredible golf course, and you were best, and you beat men like Norman, who wanted it just as desperately as you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I wanted it more desperately. He's had his share of a couple, and Greg played great, and he played courageously, and I could see on the last hole he was just thinking about making that shot. That's all that was going through his head. He played fantastic, and everybody else did too, and I just feel very fortunate to come ahead and to have won a U.S. Open. It sounds great to hear that.
Yes, indeed. You didn't make the cut in '86, but here you are with your birdie at 9, and at this point, I made the comment, Ray Floyd was in a similar position 9 years ago and came from behind and rallied to win.
Yeah, that putt on 9 was hard, and then 12 here, I just wanted to hit a really good solid putt. I just couldn't hit a purer putt than I did right there. I hit a poor putt on 11 before that and made that one, and 15, almost the same putt, just broke a little right to left uphill and just put it right in the middle. That felt great, that putt right there.
And here's the shot that will be played for the rest of your life.
Yeah, this is just a forward. I just hit it to the right there and just tried to hit a low draw. And it just came off perfectly. I actually ran up to see where that one was going. I was very anxious to see that one. I thought it was going to go in right here. I was watching it from the fairway and it broke off to the right.
Only you could say it was just a forward.
Now Greg Norman's third shot. And Norman will have some work to do to save his par and hold second place. Now, again, that 4-wood.
I think we're going to watch my my running ability here. I just took off running after this one because I wanted to see it.
You knew the minute you hit it, it was right where you wanted it?
Yeah, I knew when I hit it, it could get pretty close. And I certainly wanted to see it. That's a happy man right there. I was pretty pleased with that one.
You look like part of that UCLA celebration at the National Basketball Championship.
Yeah, UCLA has 2 national champions this year, I guess.
Indeed. Well, you're on your way to a championship presentation. Congratulations from all of us.
Thank you very much, Dick.
Great stuff.
Thanks, Johnny.
Tom Lehman with a chance for birdie and to move +2 and tie with Norman.
Well, everybody's left that putt to the right all day. Good closing hole, though, for Tom Lehman.
.74 for Lehman. They started today in a tie with Greg Norman for the lead. And now Norman for par to maintain sole possession of second place.
Roger?
Downhill will move sharply from his left to right. I think the hardest part of this putt is going to be getting his composure, John, don't you?
Yeah, you're interested. One part of you wants to make it, another part of you is far away.
Final round score for Greg Norman, who finishes second. Lehman third for this U.S. Open Championship. Corey Pavin, the winner.
You were unbelievable. Good call. Good playing. That's awesome.
Lee Jansen, champion.
Good call there on a little playoff hole last week. I don't know why. It just happens that way the past few years. It doesn't make sense. Hopefully I'll be near the lead next year. No, you're not.
Yeah, they're sharing the fact that both men came into the Open off very fine performances the week before. Pavin finished second last week at the Kemper. Jansen the year before.
Well, if you did a voting on Tura, the 2 toughest guys down the stretch with the lead, you just saw both of them talking with each other.
Greg Norman, go in and add his card and sign it.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, man.
And Corey Pavin will have the trophy presentation and our thoughts on this 95th U.S. Open Championship. Corey Pavin has his first major title, a brilliant 68 today. In a few minutes, Corey Pavin with a trophy presentation as we end our week at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club.
4 days have let us see in. And there we found the full course of man's emotions. Determination, desire, hope, disbelief, and sheer delight. And the eyes of experience, their competitive fire softened with resolve. He's made the walk-up 18 at more U.S. Opens than any man in history. How sad all our eyes will be if he doesn't return. I'll remember fondly that golf is a game of reverence and respect, and the men who play it honor the game's traditions by exercising self-imposed penalties and by protecting the rights of those with whom they compete.
Wait a minute. There's a guy taking pictures right here. Parts cameras aren't allowed. You're taking them in the setup, too.
It's a game made better because they respect and care about their fellow competitor. It was a man striving to answer the undulating yet blessed golf terrain, every facet of his game tested, being pushed to prove. Until one had the decisive answer. And then he too let us look inside to see Corey Pavin, the toughness of the man, the qualities to survive and succeed against the best of the world. And like those champions before him, he openly revealed the depth of the meaning U.S. national champion. Back behind the 18th green, Greg Norman and Corey Pavin.
Let's see. Hey. Congratulations. Good play. Great play. Great round today, huh?
Thanks.
And you finally got it, right?
Yeah,
you deserve it. You deserve
great
it.
play.
Good job.
Watching you hit that shot on the last, so I knew what you were thinking. 1-5. You played great, too.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Good job.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Welcome to the club.
And the presentation is underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Centennial Open of the United States Golf Association, Corey Pavin. Congratulations. Cheers.
Well, some would say that 13 is an unlucky number. Don't tell that to Corey Pavin on this Father's Day. His 13th pro title is the U.S. Open Championship. Boy, will young Ryan remember this Father's Day for Dad, huh?
It's part of winning the tournament.
Dan Hicks.
Yeah. Now that you've had a chance to hoist this championship trophy here, and as you look out to the beautiful Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, do you have a sense of what your name will be placed in history on this trophy?
Well,
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, there's so many names on here that great players over, you know, the last 100 years. And I'm just so happy and just so proud that my name can get on here. And my congratulations to everybody else who played in the tournament, to Greg Norman, Tom Lehman, everybody else who made it so difficult out here. And I'm just so happy to get the old monkey off my back.
Even more satisfying to win the Centennial Open here at Shinnecock. That puts a nice spin on it.
Yeah, it's a great golf course, a great test of golf. You have to play fantastic from hole number 1 to hole number 18. And I'd just like to say one thing. I'm going to dedicate this win to my wife, Shannon, right over there. This is for her. Thanks, honey.
All right, Corey Pavin, 1995 U.S. Open champion. Congratulations. Dick?
All right, thank you, Dan Hicks. And Roger is with Greg Norman.
Greg, I know you must be terribly disappointed. You played better today than yesterday, but one birdie in the final 36 holes, just not enough.
No, you're right, Roger, but, you know, it was a good tournament. I did play better today. I hit the ball, I drove the ball exceptionally well. I had a lot of good iron play, but, you know, Corey shooting 68 on the last day in an Open Championship, and the conditions were as tough today as what they were yesterday, so he's a deserved winner.
Well, congratulations on a good tournament, and I know your name's going to end up on this trophy sometime or other.
Somewhere along the line we'll get it, Roger.
All right, thank you, Greg. Back to you, Dick.
All right, thank you. And Johnny, as you were talking with Corey Pavin, I didn't know whether we were going to lose you there for a while. It stirred up all the memories of how important this is.
It's so exciting to see Corey's wife and how excited she was, and it's also exciting that this great game, that the smallest man with the biggest heart can win the championship.
Yep. Yeah, Corey Pavin's named Ouimet and Jones and Hogan and Nicklaus and Palmer, Miller, and it'll always be there for others to admire.